of 2021. Notice of the meeting has been on the Minnesota Board of Animal Health website. And as I have done, or we have done in the past, as we meet virtually, I'm going to offer this resolution and I'm going to ask for a second, and then we will have discussion and vote. So the resolution goes like this: that this quarterly board meeting shall be conducted electronically in a manner in which the board members can hear one another and hear all discussion and testimony. All votes shall be conducted by roll call. Members of the public may monitor this meeting remotely by the teleconference line that is noticed on the Board of Animal Health's website. So I would ask for a board member to second that resolution.
I'll second
This is
that.
Erica.
Okay, I'll take that from Matt Anderson as a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to do a roll call vote. So we will start out with, I have an order here. It's not that it's, okay, let's start out with Dr. Hawkins.
Yay, yes.
Okay. Mr. Jim Votz. I'm not hearing you yet, Jim, but I take that as an A reading your lips.
Yes.
Okay. And Erica Sawatsky.
Yes.
Dr. Matt Anderson.
That's an aye.
And Dean Compart is a yes. So we have that taken care of. I think quickly at this time, I'm just going to ask Michael Cruzan to do any housekeeping items or discuss any housekeeping items. Michael?
Thanks, Dean. Again, we're using Microsoft Teams for our meeting today. For those who are unfamiliar, just a quick overview. In the top menu bar of the window that you use to access it on your computer, you have several options, including turning on or off your camera. I'd suggest if you are not speaking, please keep your camera off. It's just better bandwidth for your screen so that you can see things better. Then next to that, you'll also notice there is a microphone button that mutes and unmutes your microphone. We kindly ask that you remain muted while not speaking or while not presenting so that it doesn't disrupt the flow of the meeting. And then another item up there, you'll see there are a couple icons. There are two people that will show you who all is in the meeting. And then next to that, there's a little conversation bubble. That is the chat feature in the meeting. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask, either while someone's presenting or in general about the flow of the meeting, or need any technical help, feel free to type it into the chat and someone will help you out with that or address your questions or concerns. And then lastly, on that menu bar, there's a little smiley face with a hand up icon. That is a feature that you can use to raise your hand if you do have a comment to make while someone else is speaking. If you click on that little button, it will let the moderator or the speaker know that you have a comment to share and you can be called upon. If there are any other questions that pop into your head, feel free to use that comment, that chat feature to let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Well done. At this time, I would, the minutes, I'm looking for approval of the minutes that would have been sent out the 29th of March from our board meeting that was conducted on February 24th of 2021. It was a 15-page document that you would have received. And I guess I'm asking if there's any corrections or additions to the report. And if there isn't, I would ask for a motion to approve.
This is Peggy. I make a motion that we approve.
Okay, Dr. Hawkins moved that we accept the minutes as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Erica Swatsky.
Thank you, Erica. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to do a roll call vote. Dr. Hawkins.
Yay, yes.
Mr. Jim Votz. Ms. Erica Sawatsky.
Yay.
Dr. Matt Anderson.
That's a yay.
And Dean Compart would be a yay. So with that, moving right along, the agenda has been posted on the Board of Animal Health website. There is a up-to-date one that just came this morning, and the changes that I see on here is Peter Kesseth is very involved, very busy right now with things going on at the Capitol, and so the legislative update will be handled by Dr. Thompson. As far as looking down the line, there is no place for a break in here, and so I think as far as something around noon, we'll take about a 10-minute break. I just roughly am looking between Dr. Larsen's report on CWD research and before we move into the farm survey rulemaking could perhaps be a natural break in between there for, like I said, maybe 10 minutes, something like that, so people can plan. So with that, I believe I have everything taken care of, and we will move on to, guess we need to have the approval of the agenda then. We've not done that. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented this morning?
So moved. This is Erica Swatsky.
Erica moves, second.
Second.
Matt Anderson seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote by roll call. Dr. Hawkins.
Yay.
Mr. Jim Votts. Erica Swatsky.
Yay.
Dr. Anderson.
Aye.
And Dean Compart is an aye. So with that, we'll move on to our very first item on the agenda, Board of Animal Health update by Dr. Beth Thompson.
Good morning, everybody. I have one slide that I am going to share with all of you. And let me know when you can see that.
I can see it on mine.
Excellent. And this way, everybody, Beth Thompson here, State Veterinarian, Executive Director of the Board of Animal Health. I thought maybe you folks wouldn't want to be looking at me through the things that I'm going to be presenting on today, so I'll give you some pictures to look at. So this is my list of high-level updates. First of all, starting out with ASF, which is African swine fever, the planning that's going on a state level and federal level. First of all, Mr. Compart, you were involved with a Iowa-Minnesota meeting last week. Those state-to-state meetings continue. In addition to that, we have heard that Canada and the United States have an agreement if there is African swine fever, a break found in feral swine. And yesterday during a meeting with USDA, went into a little more detail with that. It will include a zoning approach that is found in the federal ASF response red book. It will allow for cross-border trade as long as there are mitigations in place. And again, I'm talking about African swine fever found in feral swine, not in commercial swine, somewhere in the US or in Canada. And initially there would be a border closure, but then the trade would resume in a phased approach. So it's good that some of this work continues on African swine fever, especially with what we're seeing both in Asia and in Europe. And as an example of what is going on both in the regulatory arena and the private sector, I'm just going to give you a rundown of some of the things I did just yesterday. So yesterday at 6 o'clock in the morning, I had a call with the Swine Health Information Center to discuss the rapid response core training and funding for that. At 8 o'clock, I was on a USDA technical working group discussing African swine fever, and this is an 8 o'clock meeting that happens every week on Tuesday. Yesterday, we were discussing the research and the funding needed for specifically truck washes. Then at 10 o'clock, I was on a state federal slaughter plant working group, again, talking through what it is slaughter plants are going to have to deal with if we find African swine fever, either in the hogs themselves or at a slaughter plant. And then my final call of the day, starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and running for a couple of hours, was the proposed testing strategies for the Swine Health Improvement project, the SHIP, not SHIC, which is the first thing I talked about, but SHIP, the Swine Health Improvement Project, which is an NPIP-like program. So a lot of work being done. Tuesday is kind of a standout day on my usual week because a lot of what I do on Tuesday is ASF related, but just an example of what we're doing on a high level with African swine fever response. Then moving on to a state fair update, Dr. Brian Hafes from our office and I have had a couple of calls both with state fair and Miracle of Birth directors. These calls, at least with the state fair, have also included Minnesota Department of Health. There's been some University of Minnesota folks involved, and I don't want to get ahead of state fair messaging, so but I did want to mention this, that the Great Minnesota Get Together is moving forward in 21. And as the Board of Animal Health, we inspect and permit the state fair, all county fairs, and we're really appreciative at the board of being included in these conversations. So as you all may know, we have staff on site for county fairs, state fairs, but these events also hire veterinarians to work with them during the events. So, and I know Dr. Hafes has also been working with leadership from the Miracle of Birth Center and what their plans are for moving forward in 21. So we all need to stay tuned on that. Moving on to AVMA, the American Veterinary Medical Association, the convention, the 2021 convention was to be held in Minneapolis this summer. But due to COVID and other concerns, the convention will now be fully virtual. So there is a component of local folks that are going to be involved with the AVMA. I know Dr. Glaser will be presenting with a group, including the Department of Natural Resources, Dr. Larsen, and some folks from the University of Minnesota on chronic wasting disease. And I believe there might be some other Minnesota flavored presentations for AVMA, but again, it's going to be all virtual this year. Moving on to that fourth bullet point, the international import of dogs. If you all remember, we had this on our schedule. I believe it was the last board meeting. And I just wanted to update everybody on a veterinary services. This is USDA Veterinary Services call yesterday. There was additional discussion on the international import of dogs. As you all may recall, CDC, USDA have oversight on these actions. CDC basically they have oversight on the importation of pets. USDA very generally importation of resale animals. And very generally, an animal to come into the U.S., and I'm talking mainly dogs, they have to be in good health, 6 months of age, and have a variety of vaccine requirements. There is no exemption for rescue organizations bringing dogs into the U.S. So on the call yesterday, the speaker from USDA noted that, we really do need more studies, more research on the risk of dogs coming in, and especially from Asia, Europe, those African swine fever and other foreign animal disease infected countries. So there's no particular agency that collects information on the number of dogs imported each year. I know CDC estimates that there's around 1 million, but just on just for this group to know that and I'm making air quotes, you can't see me, but making air quotes, the Healthy Dog Importation Act on a federal level is being discussed. And during the meeting yesterday with Veterinary Services, I made the ask along with a couple other states. It's important for the states to know when these dogs are coming into our specific states. And so the lead for Veterinary Services, Dr. Burke Healy, mentioned that they will be addressing that communication with states on imports. So that's going to be much, much appreciated. And then just a note, I know Dr. Lauer is going to cover the H6 situation in Minnesota. We have a placeholder, as Mr. Compart mentioned, for Cervidae rulemaking after our break, possibly. So I am going to move into recognition of employees and work. The acknowledgements for the year, I'm going to start out with somebody who isn't with the Board of Animal Health. And when I went to email this person yesterday to see if she could join our meeting today, I got an out of office message. But I really do want to bring this person to everybody's attention, the work that she did with us, because I think it's a good example of cross-agency collaboration, even on things that aren't even really in our wheelhouse, so to speak. So the person's name is Patty Freeman. She works at the Minnesota Department of Health, and she and I crossed paths probably once every couple of weeks prior to 2020. Patty is a lawyer, and she works in the infectious disease epi group over at Department of Health. We were both on the 4th floor. And earlier this year in, well, I guess it was last year, was 2020, and then into 21, we were working on, or we in the same group reviewing legislative proposals. And so I mentioned during one of those work groups that I had been hearing about other states using veterinarians for vaccinators during COVID. And I thought it was a good idea, or possibly an idea to look at, because there are places in Minnesota where we just, there are groups of people, especially out in rural Minnesota, that don't have that easy access to the COVID vaccine. Well, Patty was off and running. So with a larger group weighing in, and that was Dr. Scheftel, Dr. Joni Scheftel from Department of Health, Dr. Julie Wilson from the Board of Vet Med, Minnesota Department of Agriculture Deputy Commissioner Vabel, all were in the loop, but Patty really got us started down the right path. She got the documents to us. She explained to me what steps that needed to be taken, all of that. So, and I'm not sure if even Joni's on at this point in time, but I am going to, when I'm able, personally thank Ms. Freeman for all of her work. Again, our goal was not to have veterinarians approved and vaccinating through the state, but to certainly to lend a hand, and especially in the rural areas. So, rural areas where we don't have access, or easy access, or close access sometimes for some of the folks that are out there. And I think the vets too, my understanding is we want to help out as much as possible and give our human counterparts a break if that's needed. So with that, I'm going to talk just a little bit about a couple other people. I usually highlight the work that our program directors are doing because this is the April meeting. And in addition to talking about program directors, we also talk about some of the work that everybody's done. During COVID, we continue to track animal testing and specific to COVID, and then work on education and implementation of everything that changed during the last year and few months, all with an eye on keeping animals healthy in the state of Minnesota. So rather than running down the achievements this year of program directors, I'm going to focus on some office staff. And the first one that comes up, and I don't know if Carissa has joined us yet, but Carissa Allen. And again, these are Board of Animal Health office staff. Carissa started with the board in the Cervidae program. She was working here when I started back in 2008. And when the board started reviewing and deciding on a new database a handful of years ago, she became key in testing and understanding data. She's moved into our database coordinator position and is so appreciated. She's a communicator, a collaborator. She works with the database company representatives, Minnesota IT, our office staff. And I always appreciate the fact that Carissa has an understanding of my low level of understanding and patience for all things database related. It's always dangerous for me to be set loose in our database. And Carissa does an excellent job with all of us. Thank you, Carissa. The next person, Blia Ka. Blia has been with the board since TB days. Again, Blia predates me. I think she was hired for TB response. I'd have to go back and look, but Blia You're an expert, well, of course, in the TB certified herds. You've also worked on swine programs currently. You work with other states and producers on the production plans. You work with our field staff on carcass disposal. Blia is really one of the mainstays of our office staff. And I honestly think, we haven't said this out loud, but Blia has been assigned the task of training in our senior veterinarians, which isn't always an easy task. So thank you to Blia. Third person on my list is Diane England Elliott. Diane has worked on disease programs, traceability, but and Kara and I talked about this, I think recently, her true calling is being a helper. She makes sure our timesheets are taken care of, folks get questions answered on funding strings, the background and day-to-day finance work gets done, all of that. But over and above that, Diane is a true gem on our phone lines. I've lost track of how many different phone lines she's dealt with in the past, but she's always very engaged with the people that call in. She picks up the phone, and sometimes I think she knows that the phone is going to ring and she picks it up beforehand. And during COVID, Diane, I know you picked up odds and ends throughout the office. She's been physically in the office on and off during the pandemic, and assisted the people who couldn't get into the office. So I think Diane is a true helper, and the Board of Animal Health is very, very fortunate to have this person working with us. Thank you, Diane. And then Krista Lautenschlager, mainstay of the Minnesota Poultry Testing Lab. I know Krista, she works, again, like Carissa. Krista works with our office staff in St. Paul. She works with the University of Minnesota, coordinates with IT staff. There's a component of patience and tenacity that Krista has with all the different folks that she works with, the groups. And, whenever I join a poultry meeting or have questions about poultry premises or need information on background of poultry program, Krista is involved. So thank you, Krista, Diane, Blia, Carissa. The one aspect that carries through this group is they do their individual work, but they make these great contributions to the larger team. And they do it with great kindness to their coworkers. And Diane, you know what I'm going to say here. I think Handsome Hog is closed now, the restaurant, but somehow we're going to have to get Krista into St. Paul, and we'll have a get together soon. So as I wrap this up, thank you to the rest of the board office and field staff. Again, we have continued to do our work, went over and above our field staff, office staff, with assistance to other agencies for COVID in the past year or so. And hopefully, because of the level of staff that I see at the board, I hope we're supportive of our staff too during this past year. And Mr. Compart, I would like to just move right into the legislative update, if that's possible, and keep us on track.
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
And I'll try to keep this short as possible, but hit the high points for everyone. Starting on the Senate side, in the Senate Ag Omnibus Bill, there was a provision included from Senator Weber dealing with CWD and the Farm Cervid program. The language would change that the language changes that the board would not be able to designate or continue an endemic zone for CWD in the wild. In other words, it takes away a tool that the board has. This has been included in the Senate Omnibus Bill, and in addition to that, there was a change in timing for the depopulation process, so that rather than depop being ordered at the time indemnification is done or appraisal is done, it would move to when indemnification is done. Let me say that again because that wasn't clear. The proposed language change would change the piece of the law that requires a herd to depopulate, when the USDA appraisal process is done, it would change to waiting until the indemnification process is done. Moving on to the House Ag Omnibus Bill, and again, this is agriculture. There's a provision that would modify board membership to include 2 new members, a small animal veterinarian and a member of a federally recognized tribe. This same omnibus bill would modify the appointment procedure by deleting the Senate approval and/or oversight of the governor or on the governor's choices for board members. And then it would modify the position that I hold, the executive director appointment, from annual hiring by appointed board members to appointment by the governor. And then moving on very briefly into the House Environment Omnibus Bill, there's a number of provisions on the Cervidae program, including changes to the running at large provision, that a hunter is not liable to an owner if the hunter harvests an escaped cervid. In addition to that, the owner would still be required to pay for chronic wasting disease testing. There have been additional modifications in that same bill on fencing and identification. And as you all may recall, the identification piece is that all white-tailed deer would need ID tags with address or phone numbers on the tag. No new registrations for white-tailed deer. This is part of the piece for the omnibus bill, the environment omnibus bill, and then a restriction on white-tailed deer movement. And then in addition to that, some modifications to a CWD infected premises. This change would make the owner or provide that the owner maintain fencing for 10 years rather than the current 5 years. And that law would be effective starting in July of 23. In addition to all of those modifications, and again, that was a very high level, there is a provision in the Environment Omnibus Bill that would transfer the Farm Cervid duties from the Board of Animal Health to the Department of Natural Resources. The effective date of that would be July of 23. And Mr. Compart, board members, the reason that I'm running through these legislative updates is that my understanding, Peter, is over in the House today. Apparently they are going to be hearing, or are hearing at this point, the Ag Omnibus Bill. So he's covering that for us. So hopefully I gave you a flavor of some of the changes that are being proposed both in the Senate and in the House. And with that, unless there are any questions, Mr. Compart, I am done with my presentation and the legislative update.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Does anybody have any questions regarding Dr. Thompson's topics that she would have covered? Okay, anybody at all? Guess I'm not hearing any. I'm not seeing any hands up. So with that, we will thank you for your report, and we will move on to the USDA update with Dr. Stephan Schaefbauer. Welcome.
Thank you. Greetings, board members. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you guys for having me on the agenda. Let me share my screen. All right, and let me know when you guys can see that, please.
We can see that.
Thank you. All right, so the first update I'd like to give you all is on the COVID vaccine campaign. You all may remember on the last Board of Directors meeting that I mentioned that USDA APHIS employees had been requested to participate in the FEMA COVID vaccine campaign. Since then, APHIS had, well, currently, as of yesterday, APHIS has 235 personnel dispatched to 13 states to assist in this effort, which accounts for a total of 471 deployments and over 1 million vaccinations, which is phenomenal. I think many of the folks who've deployed have said, how wonderful a feeling it is to help with the pandemic and to kind of help get us to the other side. And we have a few of those that are ours, right, from Minnesota. And so you had Dr. Steve Just, who was in Oklahoma City, along with Dr. Kent Hicks. They both were deployed there. Dr. Robin Corcoran, who's currently deployed in Dallas and was there for 30 days and got extended by an additional 2 weeks due to her, the great work she was doing there. They needed her for an additional 2 weeks and she was able to extend. And then also Dr. Karina Berger, she deployed to Las Vegas. And I wanted to give some additional kudos to Dr. Berger because she came back with such a fire for kind of participating in this way that she helped to lead the effort to get veterinarians added to the list of professionals who could serve as COVID vaccinators. And of course, she partnered with, Dr. Scheftel, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Thompson, and some public health folks in Wright County to get this done. And so thanks to those folks for that work. And thanks to Dr. Berger for deploying for a month, along with her other colleagues for COVID. The next update I have is on NAMS, our National Animal Health Monitoring System. Our NAMS studies have been going on since the 80s. They look at trends in animal management, disease prevalence. The information from these NAMS studies are used by the industries that they focus on. They are used by, academia, policymakers. And the thing that I really appreciate about the NAMS study is the studies are based on needs identified from the industries that are being focused on. And so it's kind of surveys of information by the people who need it and what they want to know. And so we have two this year that were postponed from last year. One being our beef NAMS, beef feedlot NAMS started. And I'm sorry, hold on. My kids have the day off today. Hold on. Sorry about that. And so the one that just was launched, looking at the prevalence of important feedlot cattle diseases, antibiotic use and stewardship, and trends in management practices and diseases. The beef feedlot NAMS, once again, these studies have impact that are notable. And so the 94 and 99 studies were used to help with data benchmarking for beef quality assurance programs. The 94 study was also the industry's first look into E. coli shedding by feedlot cattle. And then the 2011 study helped to look at market impacts due to reducing the prevalence of respiratory diseases in feedlot cattle. And for the feedlot studies in particular, they've noted that almost 1,500 publications have referenced those studies since the 90s. And so, I think it's important. And for those who are producers, on this call, producer participation in these studies is integral to the success of the studies. And I did mention that the feedlot NAMS will look at 22 states are involved, operations over 50 head, and broken into sizes. So large, I can't remember the middle one. I don't know if they probably don't say medium, but I can't think of the word, and small, but it's 3 groupings for those. And then we have swine noms that's set to start in June. And that was broken into 2, small enterprise and large enterprise. Small enterprise, 1,000 or less head, large enterprise, 1,000 or more. The small enterprise will look at 5,000 operations from 38 states and estimate the use of newer husbandry technologies and niche market products that those operations produce. And then the large enterprise will look at 2,700 operations from 13 states, provide insights on health status, biosecurity measures, management practices, and that one will include a biologic testing portion. Because these studies were put off for a year, they will also have an opportunity to measure the impact of COVID on these producers, and we'll be able to see that data in this study as well. I have on the bottom here just to remind me to mention it, but it's for all NOM studies. Responses are confidential, and so they can't be FOIA'd. So it's not like any of the data is attributed to any particular farm. We go through great lengths to make sure that the data stays confidential. So. My next update is on CWD funding. There was a stakeholder announcement. Actually, I got it 3 times. So if you guys are signed up for APHIS stakeholder announcements, you should have seen it. USDA is making available $5.6 million to CWD management. So, and this is funding to state departments of agriculture, state animal health agencies, state departments of wildlife or natural resources, and tribes. The types of activities that people can be funded for, if you're proposing to further develop and implement CWD management, response, research activities, surveillance, and testing. I mean, from the group that's eligible, those are the things that we're concerned about, right? And then also education and outreach. And priority may be given to states and tribal governments that have already detected CWD or border endemic areas, and talk about, things that they would implement in their funding. And these are some of the deadlines. So for farm cervid and wild cervids, June 19th, and then tribal nations, July 4th. And so, and once again, you can look up that stakeholder announcement, or I'm happy to send it to anyone who needs it, or paste the link in the chat box. And then my last update is a quick hiring update. We were able to bring on a new AHT, Christina Cruiser, in March, or earlier this month. Is still, well, oh, wait, what month is it? Last month, we brought someone on new. She's a certified vet technician, graduated from Argosy. She grew up on a dairy farm, still milks cows with her family. She worked at Medtronic and is pursuing her bachelor's in public health. In her free time, enjoys hiking, traveling, spending time. And like I said, she still is milking cows with her family. And she's in our South team. So we're really excited to have her. I'm excited to say that, I have one more position that is vacant. I'm not happy to say that it's vacant, but I am happy to say that a tentative offer has gone out and has been accepted. And, I said I'm waiting on final offer, but at the beginning of this meeting, that official offer did go out from our HR staff. So I'm waiting to see if the applicant accepts the final offer. So we're almost there, and then on the federal side, we'll be fully staffed. And that's it. These are my beautiful children. I work for the producers, but I live for my family. And these are some pictures from our vacation last month. So I'm still trying to soak in the warmth from there since it was snowing a little bit here earlier. And that's it for me, Chair Compart.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefbauer. Anybody have any questions regarding her presentation? The NOMS studies will basically take what, about a year? Is that right? To collect all this data and information?
Yeah, so they're estimating that it'll go from June to early 2022 due to the different phases of the NOM. So producers will get the first questionnaire from our NAS staff, National Agriculture Statistical Service, those enumerators. And then the second phase will be done by our field staff. And both the Board of Animal Health and USDA field staff participate in these studies. And due to the biologics testing and all those things, we estimate that it'll run into early 2022.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Very good. We will go ahead and move on. Thank you much. Looks like we have College of Veterinary Medicine update, Dr. Laura Molgaard. Welcome. Dr. Molgaard, are you with us? Okay. Michael, do you have any way of knowing if she's been with us at all?
I'm not seeing her by name. She could be joining by phone, but I would assume that she would speak up if she were on the phone. So perhaps she was just looking at the time of the agenda and didn't pop on yet.
Okay. If you have her come on, would you just let me know and we'll move on to Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory update with Dr. Jerry Torrison.
Thanks, Dean. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you sound good, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I'll take that as a compliment, right? Yeah, I'm not going to pull up slides today. Just have a pretty brief presentation, so I guess we'll see how the schedule all works out. But wanted to cover three things. Just a bit about our caseload, because we had some effects of the pandemic on our work, and so I wanted to give an update on that. Secondly, talk through some opportunities we have yet to be determined through USDA funding through the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, just so you're aware of that. And then also cover our strategic goals for this next year. And for some reason, my camera isn't turning on either, but I apologize for that. So first, in terms of our caseload, we had a fair bit of volatility in our overall work this last year. And the good news is we're recovering now. And so it has had some budget impacts, obviously. And so we're working through those. We are now, we have some months of actually hitting our budget targets for revenue and caseloads. And so we think we'll end up probably less than a couple $100,000 below budget, but we were pretty concerned a few months ago, especially as the fiscal year was beginning, and everybody, I think, is familiar with what was going on with the swine industry and the poultry industry, finding ways to not keep pigs alive, which, you know, our objective is to help keep pigs alive. So there were some distractions of major magnitude that affected our caseload, and so now we're getting back to normal again and figuring out what that means for us, and so we're pleased to say that we're back on track and just have some holes to backfill from a budget standpoint. So looking forward for USDA NULN funding as part of the stimulus package, or however it's being characterized, there is funding that is going through the Department of Agriculture at the federal level. Actually, there's $300 million that is allocated to be spent officially for SARS-CoV-2 surveillance in animals, but it's being interpreted as surveillance that could apply to SARS-CoV-2, but also would include emerging diseases and foreign animal diseases. And so that filters down to the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, or NALN, of which we are a part as a level 1 lab. And so we've had a couple of meetings with the NALN administrative folks trying to understand what the opportunities are and what sort of funding will be allowed. And what's unique with this funding opportunity is that up to now, bricks and mortar has not been included as a way to spend funds, but this time it will be allowed. And so we're looking at proposals to do some remodeling in the St. Paul lab that will help us incorporate the equipment that we got funding for, and also streamline our operations so that we can achieve some of our objectives that I'll talk about in our action plan for the strategic plan. So the likely scenario is some of it will be directly awarded to the participant labs as an increase in operating funds, possibly, we don't know for sure. And then some of it will most certainly be awarded through a competitive grant process. And so they're encouraging us to develop our proposals for projects that we would like to undertake. And so until we have more information about exactly how the program will be administered, we're just making sure we're getting prepared for kind of however it sorts out. And so we have a number of initiatives that we're considering, again, to improve our operations and efficiencies so that it can be a one-time investment. So this is one-time funds, but it's no year money, so it can be spread out over a 5-year period, but it needs to be in line with that overall objective that was the basis for the funding. So then in consideration of that, I wanted to review our action plan going forward for our strategic plan for the lab. I reviewed kind of where we wound up with our action plan in December for 2020. So this is a continuation of a 3-year strategic plan. And so we have 4 different main categories for action plan going forward. And this was informed from a few different things. One, going back to the original strategic plan that was developed at the end of 2019 and early 2020. And so there were external and internal stakeholder groups that were involved in that. And since then, we've established, as part of that strategic plan, an advisory board of external stakeholders that has been meeting quarterly. And so some of these ideas bubbled up directly from the advisory board involvement in discussions on the strategic plan. We also have our internal advisory groups. And so it was a combination of the advisory board and our internal discussions. And so the 4 different main categories for the action plan going forward are, first of all, employee engagement. Secondly, staff recruiting and retention. So the first 2 having to do with internal workings. And then the third one is operational efficiency / quality / turnaround time. So again, getting into that efficiency. And then the fourth one is more to do with outreach, so client networking. So within the first one, employee engagement, the first one is a continuation of an action plan from the past year. So connecting staff to the impact of work by including stakeholder and pathologists, basically giving presentations about how what we do is used out in the real world. And so we've had experiences in the past with practitioners and producers coming in and making presentations. So here's a thought. If anybody on the call would be interested in a presentation like that, we're having both entire lab presentations or lab section specific presentations. So just helping our staff understand and appreciate the impact of the work that they do. Secondly, in the employee engagement area, we've had a practice of conducting exit interviews, which I guess is sort of a standard practice in HR circles, but the world is shifting to what is called stay interviews. And so rather than checking in with people on their way out the door, we want to check in with people who are staying and understand how we can help make their work experience here better. And so that's a new undertaking that we're having for this year. On staff recruiting and retention, another carryover from last year, actually two of them. We conducted a market compensation analysis in the last year. And so now as we're looking at the potential for some budget relaxation, I guess, at the university, where we can consider in-range adjustments for people's compensation, we want to use this market analysis as a basis, at least partially, for criteria for salary reviews. And so then the second area is elevating our visibility as an employer within the University of Minnesota system, because we do get a lot of applicants for jobs that graduate from the U, and we just want to make sure that people are aware of us. And so we fell a little short last year because of the lack of job fairs and other activities related to recruiting. And so hopefully this year we'll be able to get more back in stride on that. Third, then, major point is operational efficiency. We were very fortunate to get some state and federal support to bring in new equipment. And so our objective this year is to implement those investments in infrastructure. And so we're well on our way to that already, but we want to make sure that we have that as a key area of focus so that we wring all the value that we can out of our support that we got for equipment. And then secondly, in that area is creating a sample processing center so that we can be as efficient as possible with the equipment that we've got. I'm seeing a question. Oh, Beth is going to ask a question. I'll just finish up on the fourth piece of the action plan. So client networking, we want to increase stakeholder group exposure to the VDL. This came up at the advisory board, and particularly related to cattle, because we've had fair ongoing exposure with other commodity groups, but not so much on the cattle side. And so we're going to work with the cattle groups to figure out how to have them understand us better and see where we can work together more closely. And then the last point is to collaborate with clients on case submission improvements. So that includes the forms and the samples, and that's another issue that came up in the advisory board. And so that's an area that we want to focus on this year. So relatively quick run through, and it looks like Dr. Thompson has a question. But Dean, that's your job, not mine.
Okay, Dr. Thompson, question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Torrison. And just so you know, Dr. Kaizen called me last night after that 3 to 5 o'clock call and asked if I had laryngitis because I wasn't asking any questions. The problem was my internet at home is so awful, it kept dropping me from the meeting. So anyway, my question, maybe a comment on the funding that's coming to NALM. I think that's a wonderful opportunity. And in conversations, you know, is it an opportunity for individual labs, and your comments, if you could, opportunity for individual labs versus the lab system? And then a second question, is there any like messaging that needs to be updated, do you think, either within the University of Minnesota messaging or other labs? And then a second part of that, what about stockpiling reagents and maybe using it for that purpose? Thank you, Dr. Torrison.
Sure, those are great questions. And just to clarify, messaging, you don't mean results messaging from an internet connectivity standpoint, you mean like legislative messaging, or can you just clarify that?
Oh, data management for the lab.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So the answer is yes, to all of the above. And so we've had a number of calls among the different labs, and so there are some movements afoot to have it become so yes, on the national scale, how can the entire network work more effectively? And so even some ideas have been floated, such as let's do a scoping analysis of the assets within certain regions and then sort of rationalize the activities in the individual labs. Or if there aren't individual labs, stand up new labs. So we're fortunate in the Midwest, we have a lot of known labs. So the geography is pretty well covered. Out west, there are a number of states where there are no labs that are participants in this network. And so perhaps there needs to be an investment in establishing labs, so there are diagnostic labs, but they're just not participating in the network. So that's one example of sort of a national reach or a regional reach. The question about connectivity from a technology standpoint, there have been discussions of should there be a common national laboratory information system that everybody would use or could have access to, and there were reasons why that was a good idea and a bad idea, and so that's at least something that's in discussion. But most of the discussion has to do with the needs of individual labs. The funding for non-labs has been flat, and so because more and more labs are participating in the network, and more labs are moving up from level 3 to level 2 or level 2 to level 1, the same size pie is getting cut into more pieces. And so we've had our own funding decrease to the tune of $85,000 one year, $65,000 the next year, and then this year $50,000 a year. So we've seen declining funding as a result of greater participation from all the labs. So it's great that the network is growing and expanding, but the funding hasn't. And so we're seeing real dollar decreases in the federal support that we get. And obviously that hurts. And so we have to make up that gap somehow. And so the part of the discussion is that the overall funding for NULN would increase substantially so that the routine operations of the lab would increase. So that's, again, how can that be workable with one-time no-year funding? Well, it could at least flow for 5 years, and then people can figure it out from there. And then to your question, sorry, Beth, I didn't write down the question. What was the final point about? Oh, the stockpile. Yeah. The stockpile. So that's kind of been kicked back and forth. A few of us in some labs were all gung-ho to get that set up 2.5 years ago, and then the NALM said, well, we're gonna work on that. So we said, okay, great, then we don't have to. And then now, a couple months ago, they said, well, it'd be great if the labs would get together and work on that. And so I'm at least approaching our Midwestern labs to see if we can set up a stockpile. And I've talked to some private sector folks that are more into the logistics than we are. And so both test kits and obviously what we learned through the pandemic and even today. So one of the other things I was going to mention if I had time was we're having a hard time with products that we use. So just pipette tips and plates and plastics. And this wasn't due to the pandemic. This was due to the freeze in Texas where a lot of the raw materials for plastics come from. And so all of a sudden we're scrambling to find, we've got several weeks supply, but we're trying to figure out if we can wash dishes and keep testing. And so this stockpile is a really important deal. It's gone back and forth between whether it's a federal obligation or if it should be the labs or a private entity that manages it. The vendors are certainly willing, we've had meetings with them and they're happy to participate in this. It just, somebody has to take charge of it. So it's kind of been a hot potato, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Jerry, a question I have, you talked about stockpiling and realistically, what kind of shelf life are you looking at some of these reagents? Because I would guess it's like a lot of other things that if it gets outdated, it can have an adverse effect or the test is not going to work the way that it's supposed to.
Sure. Yeah. So specifically for the reagents, what we envisioned and what they've done in the past is, so there's a capital investment to establish the inventory. And of course, the question is, how much inventory do you need? But that's a separate question. Then how do you manage it? And so, for example, for African swine fever test kits, as an example, or classical swine fever or foot and mouth disease. So those are kind of the three that are being considered. A lot of countries in the world do a lot of testing for that already. And so the idea is that it would park in a warehouse and be available to get pulled, but it would be a rotation of the stock so that we would never get, even short dated supplies, certainly not outdated supplies. And so the cost ongoing, once you establish the inventory, is just the warehousing. And so that's the same with the consumables, the plastic tips, the plates and all that. There are shelf lives for those items as well, but it would just be a stock rotation to avoid any of it expiring.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have some questions for Jerry? So I assume that with markets moving the way they have, you have in large part seen increased activity on stuff coming to the D lab, is what you're saying?
Yeah, we've, and I'm not even so sure that it was markets, because even when markets are tough, most of the commodity groups continue testing. It's just that there was so much distraction of how to even get people to farms and how to, how to dispose of perfectly healthy pigs, that it just had a big impact on our activity. And yes, now that operations, I would say, are more back to normal, certainly some groups are enjoying some profits depending on risk management practices. But yeah, we're on more solid ground again in terms of caseload.
Okay. Well, I know we use, your capabilities up there with PCR testing for semen and do that every day that we collect, and we get our results yet that 6 o'clock that evening of when it's been collected. And that's something that's been set up a number of years ago and continues to, seems like it gets more refined and more refined. And it is something that we certainly are fortunate to have people who understand the industry and the importance that that type of surveillance has on an industry. And it's certainly something that I know we're very fortunate to have and appreciate, the time that you can get things turned around. So.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. Faster, better, cheaper is always the mantra, and that's true for all the different commodity groups, and so that's our never-ending mission.
Great. Anybody have any other questions for Dr. Torrison? Do you have anything more, Jerry?
No, that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay. One last chance. Keith, thank you. Dr. Laura Molgaard with the University of Minnesota Veterinary Medicine update. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So Aaron, I sent the slides and I'm wondering if you want to project those or if it would be helpful for me to just give a verbal update. Either way is fine with me. I appreciate the opportunity to update you on what's been happening at the College of Veterinary Medicine. And I'm going to be going through a number of items briefly. So the first is the dean search. The provost and executive vice president has restarted the search for the permanent dean that has been on again, off again, primarily as a result of the COVID disruptions to university operations. The search is an open search with an aggressive timeline, and a new search committee has been organized. Dr. Joni Scheftel at MDH is the only non-university member of that committee, and she plays, therefore, a really critical role since the dean is a very externally facing role at the College of Veterinary Medicine with so many important stakeholders. The South Dakota State University 2+2 program is moving ahead with a cluster hire. They have received over 70 applications for faculty who will teach the first cohort of veterinary students. And they have accepted their first class of students. April 15th was the national deadline for veterinary applicants to accept any offer. And so they have their class of 20 students filled. So we're working with them very closely. That's what I was doing and why I needed to join this meeting a little bit late, meeting with them to help them prepare for their inaugural class, with a big focus right now on that faculty hire and then curriculum development. This is a very busy time around the college with our accreditation site visit just 4 days away. The AVMA Council on Education visits veterinary schools every 7 years with annual interim reports submitted as well. The site visit is virtual because of the ongoing pandemic, and that means that the site team will come back again within 18 months, which is a requirement of the U.S. Department of Education. So, perfect. Next slide. White coat and commencement. This is a time of year where we would typically, back one to the commencement slide. This is a time of year where we typically are celebrating our students and their great accomplishments. And this year we will be doing the same, but 2 different ways. The white coat ceremony will be virtual. The commencement ceremony will be in person with a reduced audience following very strict guidelines that Northrop Auditorium has in place. So we've provided digital sites for people to leave video congratulations to the graduates, because not very many people are going to be able to attend this in person, just two guests per student, so typically family members. Next slide. Rural loan for repayment, the Rural Veterinarian Loan Forgiveness Program that we talked about when I last visited with you is safe again. It was not in the governor's original budget, which was concerning, and so we pulled together with the MVMA and others to make sure that we were making the case of the importance of this, and it is now in the governor's budget, the House and the Senate budget for continuing funding of this program, which provides up to $75,000 in support for qualifying veterinarians. And those who qualify are in rural practice, in mixed or food animal practice, with at least 50% of the practice being food animals. Next slide. The college continues its budget planning with the university waiting for the legislature's decision making. We, as a college, are in good shape. Our earned revenues are close to targets despite the COVID disruption. But what we don't know yet is what the overall university funding will be from the state and what the other impacts are to the rest of the university. And as a part of the university, we share in its successes and in its challenges. Next slide. The Dairy Health Conference is going to be online. It begins May 6th. It's a series of 4 afternoon sessions. And the focus is on teaching new, cost-effective, health-improving approaches to calf health management, transition, cows and nutrition, mastitis and milk quality, and biosecurity to veterinarians and consultants so they can expand services they provide to dairy producers. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that we've got a couple new faculty coming on board that have research interests that align with things of interest to the Board of Animal Health. Roberta O'Connor joins us in August of this summer. And then next slide, we've got Kevin Lang coming to us very soon. And Kevin does research on antimicrobial drug-resistant mechanisms. Any questions for me about anything that's going on around the college?
Any questions? I am not seeing any questions.
Okay, thanks so much. I apologize for joining late, and I'm going to have to pop on and off this meeting with other things that I'm double booked for, but I'm excited to be here for part of the meeting.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your time and what you do.
Thanks.
Okay. Looks like next we have also from the University of Minnesota working on CW research update, Dr. Peter Larsen. Dr. Larsen, welcome.
Great. Thank you for having me today. Can you all see this slide all right?
I can see it on mine anyway.
Great. And just a fair warning, I've been having an issue with my Microsoft apps. And so if I blink out, just know that I'll try to hop on, and hopefully Mark and Tiffany can keep the discussion if that happens. My name is Peter Larsen. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Minnesota. I'm also co-director of the Minnesota Center for Prion Research and Outreach, and I am thrilled to share some info today on our latest research activities in MinPro. Some of these slides will seem familiar to those of you that saw the legislative update that I gave on Monday. I have added additional slides to this to dig into some of the details a little bit more. Quick background about CWD. Most of us are familiar with this, but this is a direct threat to Minnesota's cervid populations. CWD positive deer can pass these infectious prions to each other, but also shed them into the environment where they can remain infectious for years. Because of that, this disease poses a risk to multiple economic sectors in the state and across the United States. And we really need to have an intense and sustained research and outreach effort on the disease. MinPro's position is that we have to do all that we can to protect the rich heritage surrounding cervids. MinPro, this center really began as a grassroots effort back in 2019 and took off with the help of Dr. Tiffany Wolf and Mark Schwabenlander. And I can't thank Dr. Wolf and Schwab and Mark for all the help that they've how they've contributed to MinPro over the last 2 years. We've been really successful at securing funding, about $3.3 million within the last couple of years. Our outreach efforts, we estimate at least 6,000 Minnesotans have been reached through direct outreach activities. And some of this has been impacted by the pandemic, but we continue our efforts online. And we're also making a concerted effort to reach tribal, Hmong, and Amish communities. And that's thanks in large part to work that Tiffany and Mark are doing. Our research lab, it really was outfitted and came online in January 2020. Okay, just a couple months before the pandemic hit. And thus far, we've kept that lab going at about 50% operation throughout the pandemic. It was shut down from March until about June, maybe early July due to the pandemic, and at 50% since then. Multiple staff and students going through the lab. It's been a great experience thus far. To date, we have a large biorepository of over 15,000 samples, thanks in large part to the DNR and other collaborators. We've been prolific on manuscripts that are submitted or are currently in review. Also, to date, at least 5 invention disclosures on a number of technologies that were developed, one of which I'll highlight in this presentation. We also have provisional patents already submitted, and our collaborators have grown to over 40 from 15 different institutions across the United States. So all of that to say that we've made significant progress despite the pandemic. In a presentation to the board, I think back in, would have been like in December or so of 2020, or no, 2019, I described RT Quick and what this test was. And RT Quick, think of it like a PCR, but for prion proteins. Okay, it's very sensitive and it's a robust prion detection assay. There's a lot of excitement about RT Quick in the prion research community. There has been for a number of years. The reason why is that the developer of this RT Quick assay was recently quoted that this prion amplification assay can detect the equivalent of 1 tablespoon of CWD prions in about 400 Olympic-sized swimming pools of water. So it's very sensitive. And because of that sensitivity, it can be used with a wide variety of samples from live animals, harvested animals, and the environment. So RT-Quick was really important for us to get up and running. It was our first target for a diagnostic assay for CWD because we knew that it would open up a wide variety of research projects, and I'll highlight some of those. We collaborated with Rocky Mountain Labs out in Montana to get it up and running. And our MinPro lab, it's the only lab in the state with RT-Quick functionality. We are currently assisting the USDA with official validation of the test using tissues. Our MinPro team has figured out how to leverage the University of Minnesota's resources to mass produce the reagents needed for RT-Quick. So these are the ingredients that go into the assay. And this has been a major hurdle for other labs really around the country. And we reached out to the USDA and told them that we had solved this problem, and they were eager to collaborate with us. And so now we are mass producing and sharing these reagents with the USDA to assist with their validation process. That's a point of pride for MinPro, and we view that as essential in going forward, especially with respect to establishing an RT-Quick surveillance network. We are part of the USDA NIFA Interdisciplinary CWD Research Consortium, and there's a number of diagnostic labs and research labs that are part of that effort, that consortium, and we are working with them to help set up a RT-Quick network over time. Okay, I think it's difficult for folks to really, in the presentations that I've given over the last few years, there'll be snippets of projects that may be highlighted, but I really wanted to show the diversity of research that is going on in the MinPro lab to date. And so we've performed over 10,000 RT-Quick reactions, and all these are facilitated by this RT-Quick assay. Over 10,000 reactions over the past year. Active projects are diverse. We have funding to look at CWD prion uptake in plants, and we've grown experimentally in the lab with botanist collaborators, alfalfa, barley, and oats, to better understand how the prions may be uptaken and distributed through those plants. We're also looking at ticks as vectors. We're collaborating with John Oliver and the School of Public Health to better understand, can we, and this experiment has never been done before, but can we give a tick a blood meal that contains CWD prions? And he's got this very high-tech looking tick feeding setup that you see there on the right, but we can actually collect the saliva of the ticks across the membrane, and then we can look in that saliva and see if we can identify CWD prions. We're looking at the hydrology of prions, water transport. We know based on data out of Colorado that CWD prions can be detected in snowmelt runoff from positive herds on the landscape. And so we are trying to start that research here in Minnesota and working with, taking samples both on public lands, but also with private landowners. And there's a picture in the lower right of us doing that, or taking samples recently down by Winona. We can detect prions in muscle. So we have a manuscript that's ready to submit. Our RT-Quick assay, we develop a new protocol where we can take essentially cuts of venison, backstrap, whatnot, and we've confirmed, thanks in large part due to Mark Schwab and Lander's skilled collection of different muscle groups of positive, CWD positive animals coming through our MinPro lab. We've been able to screen those and develop a diagnostic protocol to identify CWD prions in these different muscle groups, and we're going to be working with the Department of Ag on potential food safety applications for that. And we're also obviously helping with the DNR and working with the Board of Animal Health and the USDA on surveillance, CWD surveillance of wild and farmed white-tailed deer, and I'll be highlighting some of that work in a little bit. We have a number of planned research areas. We can look at transport of prions by scavengers. That's a great interest to the CWD research community. We are also getting a mouse colony up and running over the next, we hope this summer, where we can perform challenge experiments using prions isolated from different substrates and see if it actually causes disease. And we can do that experimentally using a mouse system, and that's thanks to collaborators at Colorado who have those mice and will share with us. We are interested in prion strain typing of both wild and farm cervids, so elk and white-tailed deer prion strain diversity. Not much is known about that. We are very much wanting to work with the cervid farming industry to prevent farm-to-farm spread, and I'll talk about that later. We are also interested in the future of trying to help develop methods where we can remediate contaminated soil. So how can we treat soil to eliminate infectious prions? Real quick, a couple slides on just to highlight the collaborations that we have ongoing within the state. And I want to start by thanking Dr. Michelle Carstensen and the DNR for really embracing our collaboration. And we have, I think, several thousand tissue samples from deer that have been sampled in the southern part of the state. Okay, so where in the southeast, where CWD is circulating in the wild herds down there. Michelle's brainchild of a perfect test that we could do with RT-Quick to get started, just to see how accurate the test was, is to do a blinded analysis. So they gave us tissues from over 500 deer, and the question was, can we, and there's 12 positives mixed in with that 500, and they screened all these samples with ELISA and IHC. And so they gave us that sample set, and can we go through and blinded just figure out, which can we identify the 12 using RT-Quick? The answer is yes. It was 100% accurate using the same tissues that were used for existing diagnostics. This is described in a paper where Mark is the first author, and that's currently in review. And one really important trend that we saw when we were going through the tissue types that the DNR shared with us is that we learned that it may be that a combination in bilateral sampling, but a combination of tonsils, parotid, submandibular, and retropharyngeal lymph nodes might be better in the sense that it can identify early stage infections, because there are at least 4 animals that we identified that were missed by ELISA and IHC, where they were positive in some of these other tissue types. And that agrees with what we know about how CWD and the anatomy of cervids and how it might spread through the animal in different ways, in different time points. That's really logistically difficult to do. And you can imagine those folks who are pulling tissues in the field, that's a lot of sample types to try to get at. And so there's some logistical issues there, but it really seems like that approach would identify more positives. We're still in the research phase with RT-Quick and with the DNR. I don't want to give the impression that this is something that's going to be rolled out, next hunting season, whatnot, but it just requires, more testing, more time. This is a new assay that we have in the state. And we're going through a formal validation process that's being led by Dr. Wolf. But we also need additional staff, equipment, and lab space to really expand our testing capacity, which we think we can do. We are helping to establish a self-sustaining tribal CWD surveillance network and really uniting Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. And this is work that Tiffany and Mark have been leading over the last year. And just over the last year, we've worked with 6 Minnesota tribes, plus the 1854 Treaty Authority to secure tissues, and really importantly, from animals harvested from Dakota and Beltrami County. And that's so important because of the recent documentation of CWD in those counties. In this network could use traditional diagnostics. Obviously, we're starting with traditional ELISA and IHC approach, but we are blending in RT-Quick and we'll be testing those samples with the tribes in the coming weeks. But the board and the USDA, we've been securing tissues from depopulated herds And we do have an agreement in place with the USDA for federally indemnified animals. And we can perform, what's really cool is that we can perform RT-quick analyses of several tissue types, similar to the work that we've done with the DNR, and compare those to official testing results. Some really preliminary data, it was very interesting. Just looking at the tongue, for example, we could see very strong positive, CDB positive of the tongue, heart, maybe some of the other lymph nodes that are not routinely used for testing. But an animal would have been not detected via ELISA or IHC, and that's on the farm side of things. So we have some of those preliminary results in the lab right now. Question is, can we identify early stage infections using a combination of tissue types? And we believe we can. Again, this is all from depopulated herds. The recently depopulated Houston County herd will be analyzing that using RT-Quick in the coming weeks, and we'll be working directly with Linda and Beth and the board to go over those results. Some of you may have seen the news over the last couple days. This news broke on Monday. We made a breakthrough discovery back in October in the MinPro wet lab, and that discovery has led us to a field deployable 24-hour CWD diagnostic test. And this is a big deal. I want to start, when I go through this, talking about this, I want to highlight Peter Christensen, Mancy Lee, Gage Roden. Peter and Mancy are PhD students in MinPro lab, and Gage is a researcher in the lab. And everything I'm about to show you would not have been possible without their help and their three brains. So the discovery was made in October, and we performed over 100 follow-up experiments in November, December, January, and it was determined in February that we could deploy the prototype. And we're very excited about this. And so I got a hold of Michelle and I said, hey, I think we might have something here. Can we work together to deploy this? And on March 8th, we went down to Rushford, and with the help from the DNR and the USDA sharpshooters down there who were conducting their surveillance at that time, we were able to set up, and you can see in the picture down there where we're holding up all our thumbs because we're happy because we just confirmed that the test worked when this photo was taken. We literally set up on a couple tables in a warehouse, and on day one, we confirmed that the new test was working in the field. So this is the first time that we deployed it outside of our brick and mortar lab. On the second day, we successfully tested DNR tissues that they had in a freezer on site, including some positives that they had identified during that time through their ELISA and IHC testing. So we confirmed that we can identify those same positives. And then for the rest of the week, we performed multiple confirmatory experiments. Really exciting. I think we're the first team in history to do this. And again, could not have done it without the DNR's help. The provisional patent was filed on last Friday. This is why I'm able to talk with you about it. And we are frantically working on the manuscript to submit that to Nature in the next couple of weeks. The secret internal code name for the test that the DNR applied was the flux capacitor, but we're happy to unveil that this is named MinQuick. And what's so cool is that Peter Christensen, who is an expert in nanotechnology, or he's in the school of, or the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. It was his brain that identified this possibility, and then Mancy, Gage, and the rest of the team helped turn that idea into what we're calling MinQuick. And I remember the first presentation I ever gave to the Board of Animal Health was, gosh, it was early 2019, maybe it was 2018. And I remember standing up in front of the board and saying that we were going to be looking at nanotechnology. And I think that nanotechnology is a way to develop new diagnostics, and something to the effect that this South Dakota farm kid was going to be looking at nanotechnology. And the reality is that worked, and the nanotechnology is really coming together because we can use nanoparticles that bind to prions to identify positive samples with a red color, and you can see up top there in negative samples with a blue or purplish color. And we can take light absorbance readings with equipment, and really it shows that the positive samples are clustering and the negative samples are clustering. There's no overlap. It's a very sensitive, straightforward, easy to use test, and can be used with simple portable equipment. The whole package for equipment to do this would be like less than $10,000. And that's really important because the RT Quick test, that one instrument plate reader costs upwards of $30,000 to $40,000 just for one. So we're saying that the price point of this test comes down much more than what's would be facilitated by RT Quick. Dr. Wolf is assisting with the validation of the test over the coming months. And again, thanks to the DNR and USDA for all their help. Now, I wanted to, I hope I have time for questions and we can navigate what I'm about to talk about together. But the new technology that MinPro has, mainly RT Quick, provides new opportunities for CWD management in the state. And so the question is, how can our MinPro team work with the board and the cervid farming industry to help prevent farm-to-farm transmission of CWD? And how can we be proactive instead of reactive? The current diagnostic tests, ELISA and IHC, they're clunky. They will not identify early stage infections, and they're essentially always a year or two behind the disease. This is why, unfortunately, the Beltrami County farm recently documented as positive, furthest in the north in the state, and it's devastating because the wild herds across state and tribal lands in the area could be impacted. And I firmly believe, and the MinPro leadership believes, that our RT Quick based diagnostics can be leveraged to help prevent farm-to-farm spread. And that's just because it's a new technology that is ultra sensitive, and we haven't had, as a state, haven't had access to such a thing for CWD. But we're saying that over the last year and all the tests that we've done, we're very confident in the tool. And plus, there's a large number of collaborators in different labs across the country that are using this, and they feel strongly that RT Quick will be the future of CWD surveillance. Okay, so MinPro, what needs to happen and what we think can be done is that the cervid farming industry, and I know I may sound naive, but the cervid farming industry, the board, the DNR, university experts, we all have to come together to figure out, now that we have this option, right? Is there a way that we can use it to help combat the spread of CWD in the state? So what our team envisions is a 2-year pilot project, the emphasis on pilot project, right? We don't have all the answers, but we think that if we were to implement something, that we could help prevent what happened from the Winona County to the Beltrami County farm. And I think that's a win for everybody if we can do that. We have to work with producers, right? Our team has to work with cervid farmers, establish trust, and try to identify what the best ideal ante-mortem approach would be. There's no two herds are the same. Elk herd is not the same as whitetail herd. And each herd is going to have their different behaviors, and some are going to be flighty and whatnot. So what we're saying is there are options that can be explored to help with that aspect of things. For example, when we initially were talking to producers about this, the idea of ecological based or maybe even tank water sampling was of interest because it meant that you didn't have to handle every single animal, right? And that might be attractive for some farmers who have a very large herd or a herd where you're worried about losing animals if you dart or try to get them in a head gate. But it could be that antemortem testing using blood is the most logical way to start this surveillance network if that's something that wants to be explored. And that could also include a pre-movement test. Okay, and so these are options that we feel, based on the results that we've generated over the last year and based on the protocols that we have access to and that our collaborators have up and running, these options, I think, are feasible, and we can explore them together in the near future. So to summarize, MinPro, what we're doing moving forward is we want to continue, obviously, working with the state, tribal partners, national partners, to advance CWD research and to combat the spread of CWD using new tools like MinQuick and RTQuick. I really think that we can make an impact and start being proactive rather than reactive. This MinQuick test is one of 4 new tests. So I don't want, when we went into this diagnostic test R&D, we didn't put our eggs in one basket, okay? And so we had 4 baskets. And this MinQuick test is one of those 4. And it turns out that the other 3 have legs too. And so we're really excited about that. There's going to be additional patents submitted, but we really think that we can use different approaches to be able to solve this question. And so MinQuick isn't going to be the end. There's going to be others coming out. Okay, our value system is to uphold that tradition of research, service, and outreach associated with the land-grant institution. I talk with my team about this frequently, and we really want to, the state has invested in us, and we want to return that investment back to the state in whatever way that we can. And so I would like to thank the funding sources, everyone in MinPro Lab, and thank you for allowing me to share today. With that, I am open for questions. And
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Dr. Larsen? Interesting stuff.
I do, Dean,
Yep.
unless somebody else wants to go first.
Why don't you
Michael,
go
is there-
ahead and we'll have Erica after you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Larsen, and thanks for coming back and presenting. It doesn't seem like it was, 2-3 years ago that we first met you, and I appreciate the South Dakota background, of course, too.
Absolutely.
So help me walk through this. It sounds as though your test will help us identify chronic wasting disease quicker. Again, it's going to be mainly dead animals, correct? And then possibly pairing that with blood sampling to help us understand what else is going on in the herd. And just as a way of background, I'm thinking about TB testing. We do whole herd tests, right? And TB testing. And then movement testing will include those animals that are going to be including. So we have that baseline knowledge, which may be the blood test paired with the dead animal testing, and then doing blood testing for the movement. Is that what you're thinking?
Absolutely. And so there's several options here. And I mean, the RTQuick and the protocols available, it's rapidly developing. Just 3 days ago, there is a protocol announced out of Montana where they can take ear punches, similar like if you're going to put a tag in, right? You could take an ear punch, and they were showing how RTQuick was useful for that. Our focus on the tissues from dead animals is because that's been what we've had access to, right? And so it's fantastic and so important to get the methods up and running. Now, the DNR was able to provide us blood samples, and we were able to, blood samples from positive animals, we were able to develop a blood protocol, and that is showing that we can detect prions in blood. And that's been shown in other labs as well. So yes, blood. Feces. It just so happens that the graduate student, Nancy Lee, in the lab, her undergraduate was at Colorado State. And at Colorado State, she was in Ed Hoover's lab, and she developed the fecal protocol that they use at Colorado State. And so she came here and she's in our lab and we have the fecal protocol up and running. So, you know, there are options there. And yeah, I'm excited about the blood, and it could be a combination, right? Where you take a blood sample, fecal sample. I don't know how many ear punches you want to be taken, but we can do that, right? And so, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's the beauty of this test is that there are many options on the dead animal side of things. There are a growing number of options on the live animal side of things, and there's environmental options as well. And
then just a quick follow-up question. I'd be really interested in knowing your false positive rate, of course. You know, that always becomes important when you're talking about movement restrictions for live animals. So if you could continue to let us know as you gather data, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Real quick on that, what's remarkable and the benefit of that study that Dr. Carstensen envisioned was we ran, you know, thousands of RT-quick reactions to go through those tissue types. And we never, and I can confidently say this, we never identified a signature of false positives.
Okay.
If anything, there could have been some false negatives, but that might just be because of how the disease moves through the animal, right? You could maybe find it in the parotid, but not the retros, right? And so it's the biology of the disease. And so, you know, we're not, and again, Dr. Wolf is going to be helping with us. I'm not epidemiologist, I'm a molecular biologist. So to come up with formally with the measures of sensitivity and specificity, Dr. Wolf and her expertise is going to help with that.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Larsen.
Erica, did you have a question?
Can you hear me, Dean?
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you. So I have two questions for you. The first one is, and maybe I missed it, so I apologize, but in working to validate this test, how long does that process take for it to become an official validated test? And then my second question is, in the process of working with the industry and taking tests, what happens if you find a positive on a farm? It's not a validated test, but you know, we as Board of Animal Health then know that there's CWD on a farm, and so and maybe Dr. Thompson has to jump in, or Dr. Glaser, but how does the board react if you find a positive through working, doing surveillance work?
Exactly. Exactly. We are trying to navigate these issues too, because when you have a new test, and I want to stress that RT-Quick's been around for probably about 10 years, and it's being used for Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, Scrapie, CWD, BSE, right? And there's a large amount of papers coming out. So there's a reason why the USDA has started their validation process. Now, to answer your first question, the last time I answered that question, I did it wrong and a lot of people got mad at me. So I'm not going to put a timeline on when the USDA is going to officially validate it. All I know is that we're helping them. They're looking at various tissues, rectal biopsy, right? So rectal biopsy has emerged as a tissue type that they can do IHC on. It has a failure rate. It's not that great. And we've talked to producers who don't really like the idea of rectal biopsies. But when they validate formally, I will say that will happen sometime, and to be safe, in the future. Our internal validation, right, which we can do with experts like Dr. Wolf and members at the Center for Animal Health, CAFS, we are going to try to do the formal validation of that within the next 4 to 5 months. And we have, thanks to the DNR, thanks to the tissues that the board and the USDA have helped, we have a large amount of data. And for example, that the Houston County herd tissues, they can help us validate, you know, on the farm side of things. And we also have the wild tissues to help validate. For blood, we need access to farms. That's how we need samples to be able to, you know, especially CWD positive farms, right, to help with the validation process. Same for the environmental side of things. We think that we might be able to take tank water. You know, I grew up, I have swam in a few cattle tanks in my younger years, and I know that that might be a nice place for saliva. And we know that saliva, prions can be found in saliva as it sheds, okay? So there are options there. It's kind of, you know, it's early. And so I think we have to work through these things together. I don't know. I think the way to do this and to establish trust with the industry is to, and you know, the way I view this, there's similar agreements in place with farms on the poultry side of things, swine side of things, where, you know, they are surveying for various pathogens, and there's folks here that are more in tune with this. Think about Joni's disease and whatnot. There are ways, I think, that we can establish trust and keep things private. And when the time is right, and if we do identify a farm that, okay, it really looks like this is positive and we have strong evidence based on RT-QuIC, then yeah, we have to talk with the board and figure out the path forward. But the reality is that where this technology is going, this conversation, the sooner that we have it, the better, because, you know, we have options that weren't available before. And once that USDA validation comes through, it's going to be the Wild West. You're going to see a lot of labs trying to get up and running, you know, so I think Minnesota is ahead of the curve here.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Hawkins, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say quickly, this seems to be a game changer in that you can test live animals. My question really is, we're in the middle of developing, I'm going to say protocol, but rules around farmed cervids. And I guess our rules have to be flexible and maybe not answer the question now, but later on when we're going over that, we can sort of talk about how we build flexibility into these rules so that we can consider new developments like this. I don't know how to ask the question, I guess.
Well, and our perspective is, you know, for the researchers, the scientists, the, you know, folks that we were tasked 2 years ago, right? 2 years ago, and Dr. Torrison, myself, Dean Ames at the time, you know, we were all testifying, and, you know, I personally made a promise to the state that I would do all that I can with my knowledge and experience to get options for diagnostic testing for CWD, and including live animal, right? And so the purpose of what, you know, this last week and the announcement of the Beltrami farm and the data that we have collected over the last year, the MinPro leadership felt strongly that now is the time to let the board know, let others know that the technology that we have in the lab, thanks to investment from the state, is at a point that, you know, and we would need to expand. Like, I would need to hire more folks. I need to hire at least 2 or 3 more people to help in the lab, more equipment to do the RT-QuIC. But we're at a point now where we're ready to have those conversations and work together.
Okay. This is Dean Compart. I have a question, probably a couple of them, but you had talked about being able to detect prions in the environment. I am assuming that you're specifically talking about CWD prions, because prions are kind of everywhere. Is that correct?
Yeah, when I'm talking about prions in this case, I'm talking about misfolded CWD prions. Yes. Okay. And the reason why we can help determine that is that the substrate, the ingredients that I was talking about that we use, is a prion protein, right, that we use as an ingredient for the test. And so that helps us, right, be able to identify the molecules that interact with our substrate. So it gets kind of into the weeds, but yes, CWD prions.
Okay. Then as far as, do we understand what the infectious dose to contaminate a whitetail? I mean, and
We
maybe
do.
it's different for an elk. We do, okay?
Yep. So there's a paper that was published out of the Colorado lab that I referenced back in September. The infectious dose is like 300 nanograms, I believe, of brain. If you do the math, and Dr. Scheffers at the VDL helped with the math on this, it would be the slice of brain tissue that weighs the same as a penny could infect millions upon millions of deer. Okay, slice of brain tissue that weighs about the size of a penny, multiple millions of deer it could successfully infect. So this is, CWD, it's infectious, doesn't take that much. The issue is to determine what you're asking, I think, from an environmental perspective is, can we take an environmental sample, see if the prion's there, but then say, okay, are they infectious? The answer is we can do that with the mouse colony that we're going to get up and running and have at the College of Vet Med. Okay, so that's how we can do that, is we can take the environmental sample, we can confirm whether or not there's prions there, and then we can take, that sample, prepare it, go into a mouse, and then see if that mouse develops a prion disease, essentially.
And so do you think that would take as much less to infect a mouse as a deer of whatever age? Pick an age. It probably doesn't make any difference age.
Well, the math and all that, and the number of molecules and all, like, that's coming out of the University or Colorado State at Hoover's lab, where they actually have been doing challenge experiments on, I think, mule deer, white-tailed deer for a number of years. And so they, and it's their mouse colony that we're going to get individual mice to do these experiments. So I would say that, with the paper they published in September and their challenge experiments that they've done, the Prion research community, the CWD research community, is converging on a better understanding of what that infectious dose is.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. So if you're going, as you move forward, what you need is animals at various levels of infection, positives, negatives, and animals that could be infected, for a month, 2 months, 3 months? Do we understand how long it's going to take before, say, a newly infected animal can be detected with the use of your RT Quick or even your Min Quick test?
So for RT Quick, the data out there now, again, I believe coming out of Colorado, is that the prions are detectable within a few weeks after exposure. I could say 1 to 2 months, and that's detectable in the blood. That's work that's come out of that Colorado lab. And for MinQuick, we're really excited about MinQuick because we are going to be tinkering with protocols for blood and other ante-mortem sample types over the coming months. Obviously, tissue is the lowest hanging fruit. But we do believe that with tinkering with those protocols, we will get MinQuick to a point where it can be useful for ante-mortem testing as well. So, and for what we need is, and we can look at, because we're able to use these different sample types, and if there are herds that unfortunately are positive, but they're on the landscape and they're in between this time before before a depopulation event would happen, that window is from our perspective, it is essential that we work with that producer and really figure out ways that we can get data, right, from the herd as much as we can before the depopulation, because what that will do is ultimately help the cervid industry from now into the future, right? And so I don't know what else that I can say to producers and folks working on this about how important that is. But if everyone is really wanting to fight this disease proactively, then that's what needs to happen.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thompson, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Dean. And Dr. Larsen actually just covered a couple of the points or questions that I was going to make. That, for interstate movement, of course, USDA becomes involved. We need a validated test. We need that official stamp that this is the way we're going to go. The board doesn't have specific authority to use the test in herds. And I guess a question for you, Dr. Larsen, is, my understanding is you have been reaching out to cervid farmers, and certainly if there's anything the board can do to assist with that, we will certainly do. But did you mention that you have been working with individual, either the organizations or individuals?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yep. And also to clarify, there's language right now, I believe, where it says, and I don't have the document in front of me, where it says any test deemed acceptable by the board. So, and I believe it's in the CWD rules. If anyone on the board who has access to that document knows what I'm saying, there's a line that says any test deemed or as approved by the board. And so I guess some clarification there on, does that mean, what does that mean with respect to validation? Does internal or cross multi-lab, validation, and maybe Dr. Torrison, if he's still on, can speak to this, is every diagnostic test that goes through the VDL have the official stamp of USDA validation? This gets out of my realm of knowledge, right? And so I'm just trying to find ways that, the state could take advantage of where we're at right now.
Right. And yeah, I appreciate that. And I think this goes a little bit to Erica's question too, is that we will have to sit down and, it looks like Dr. Glaser might be able to help us out here. Sit down and talk our way through this, what exactly validation means, how we can get that, moving forward. But I'll turn it over to Linda since she's the rules expert.
Hi, Peter. Yes, in response to your question, we do have language in the rules that we propose to amend, and I'll just read that off. Other testing protocols for the detection of CWD in farm cervidae herds may be used if they are approved by the board. Testing must be completed at owner expense unless state or federal funds are available for this purpose. So this kind of goes to Dr. Hawkins' statement about the rules and trying to build in some flexibility into our rules, because the rules is a rather arduous and not unlengthy process to modify. But if we can build some flexibility in to allow for, future technology or upcoming options, that would be something that we'd want to do. And now we've yet to develop this criteria or, how to approve these, certainly, because the rules are still proposed and they're not anywhere near completed yet. But including some of that language in our rules would be something, we would want to do to build in that some of those options.
Yep. Any other questions that I can field from anyone on the call?
Do you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, Peter. Gary Olson here. Question for you. You said the effectiveness of finding this was 400 Olympic swimming pools. Just doing the math on it, you can find one part in 67.5 billion particles is what you're saying on the dosage. I guess it goes back, and as a producer, we'd love to find it early, but but do we have to live to the point? We know that the test shows that 300 nanograms infected a deer in Colorado studies, but then we also show that same test where they took that 300 nanograms and divided it up 10 times and fed 30 nanograms on 10 doses did not infect a deer. So just being able to, I mean, and it's great that we can find it, but do we have to set some kind of protocols where, how would I say it, just because we can find it, does it mean anything is what I'm saying. And what's the natural, in nature, what is our normal realm of finding prions? I mean, we all know radiation kills us, if you work in a nuclear power plant, but just reading articles, every natural food we eat has some sort of radiation in it, which doesn't affect us. I guess, it's great we can find and do all this, but we have to keep perspective.
Yeah. And
just because we can find it,
so,
and the way it's acting with legislation, with legislators, and what we've done with the Board of Health is what puts us out of business where it's even relevant. Studies we've done in Wisconsin, have shown that a lot of these resistant bloodlines we're working with can live with CWD at some levels in their body. And actually this last year, they just reversed a positive animal in Wisconsin at a test facility, doing the rectal biopsies. So with feed additives. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. I mean, I know we're finding it, but we also
I think it's a valuable perspective. It's important, and it's from my perspective, the scientist's perspective, and in early conversations with producers, that idea of environmental sampling seemed great because you don't have to wouldn't have to handle individual animals. It could be used as an early warning system, and probably get that resolution of time rather than annual blood sampling. Maybe you could sample it several times throughout the year, and again, a lot of logistics there, but then you could have okay, there's an early warning signal there, we need to take a closer look and get blood samples. That's probably not realistic to get this up and running, right, because of what you're describing. But I do think that we can be very confident of going in, and if was a way to get a blood sample, and what we've seen with this test is that it is very accurate at identifying those CWD, right, if it's within the blood. And the issue is, what do we have, how, if things keep going the way they are going, if we keep the current approaches that are being used, current tests, I don't know of an alternative. I don't know of a way forward where we can help prevent farm-to-farm transmission, where it could help, I believe, stabilize the industry, where we're not bringing in risk to the wild populations downstream. You had mentioned about animals that may not die, that may be resistant, but they still have CWD. Well, if those are still putting out prions into the environment on the landscape, then you brought up radiation. Well, these molecules can survive, or not survive, but they can remain infectious for years. We know that. And what does that mean about downstream and whatnot? And so it's difficult. I don't have all the answers. I know in previous conversations with you, the idea of genotyping and trying to understand resistance, I agree. It's super important to understand that. Look at what they've done in Scrapie. And the issue is that's going to take time. It's going to take time and resources. And we don't have a lot of time with this, I don't think, in our state. And so, I think that this new technology, we have to take a close look at it. And I don't want to come in this situation in such a way that we have to go through this logically, and the producer's perspective is valuable.
Well, we know this is a very slow progressive disease, right? And I could see what you're doing is if we could change some legislation and laws, we could use yours as a culling tool and not a death sentence for a farm, where we could catch these animals at an early enough stage that they could be eliminated and not really put the industry out of business. You follow me?
Yeah. So our MinPro's perspective on this is only if we can be confident that there isn't environmental accumulation, right? So it wouldn't work. It would only work if it was caught super early. But if there's a herd that's already positive, you know, our perspective is we can't ethically keep it on the landscape because of the risk to the wild, right? So if you're thinking about something that keeps accumulating, it's not ethically, in our perspective, can it be done? But so that's why, and again, the flip side, the benefit of an environmental monitoring is to what you just said. Hey, let's get that resolution down. We can sample tank water, assuming that you know works well. We get it. We find the animals wherever see it in the blood, cull them out, and then go back to monitoring. Right? There's ways around that. The issue is if something like that were to happen, it has to include the expertise of the board, the DNR, right? Like, and I know that there's a lot of politics there, but from our perspective, it's unethical to keep a positive herd in the landscape for some amount of time just because of the bioaccumulation of prions and the risk of water runoff and potential exposure in the wild.
But, you know, we got parts of the state, like down where we're at, you know, we're at down here in southeast Minnesota, that we already have it in the wild, and we already have the issue. Mm-hmm. Like the herd in Houston County that was put down was double fenced. You know, they have it in the wild around them. To me, it was kind of just a waste to put that herd down when they could have kept going and used that herd for research. I don't see how you can move ahead in Minnesota without having positive herds or positive animals to test and work with and to follow through. It's going to take positive animals. And Wisconsin changed their attitude, and they allow positive facilities, and that's where all the research is being done right now to actually fix this. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I think we took a big step backward when we, the legislators voted to remove these farms, especially like I said, down here where we're already have it in the wild, where I just don't see a whole lot of risk, to the wild or to any other herds when they could have stayed functional, and it could have been a herd for you guys that, if they could operate on a positive cash flow, it doesn't cost you guys any money. You have a source to go to test in blood and, do your things and find the levels we need.
It's difficult. It's difficult. And again, our perspective is, the DNR, they're doing all they can to keep it down at that 1% level. Their resources are, again, my perspective, it puts a lot of stress on an organization on trying to have to monitor herds around, what you would just describe, like the Houston County one, and what we know about accumulation on the landscape. And so, it's from my perspective, if a herd is identified positive, it still has to go through, right, what the state has decided and what the board, how they operate in the USDA. But there is a window of time there. There's a window of time that could be several months, right? And that window of time, we could secure the samples that we need in order to, move forward.
All right. Anybody else have any questions? A lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, I know in the poultry industry, they do the water cup or the whatever they call that, the environmental testing of that. And we're able to do some of that in the swine industry too with rope testing. And of course, there's diseases that have quite a different approach in modeling because of the way the infectious nature of the disease and the time and maybe the rate that it moves. If a person could get something environmentally that you could easily be able to swab or something like that to monitor would be huge in any form of livestock, but I think would be really important in a disease such as this. Okay, one last opportunity. If anybody has a question for Dr. Larsen. Okay, seeing none. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for what you do.
Appreciate it.
Okay, it's about 11:45, and at the beginning of the meeting, I had mentioned about trying to take a 10-minute break somewhere probably between Dr. Larsen and Dr. Glaser's presentation, and it's going to work out very well for that. So why don't we take a break and we'll come back at 11:55. So 10 minutes, 11:55, we'll be back. Okay, it is the 11:55, and we will go ahead and we will resume our meeting. Farm Cervid rulemaking, which is going to be handled by Dr. Linda Glaser and Ms. Annie Balghiti. So I assume, yep, Linda, you're going to start out. So welcome.
Right. Good noon, I guess, board members. I'm going to start the rulemaking part of the agenda today with an update for you on our investigation of the CWD infected herd first identified in Houston County and the subsequent investigation we had, which includes the recent finding of a herd in Beltrami County infected with CWD. So once I provide that update and sort of some of the concerns that have been raised with this investigation, that will naturally lead into an update on our rulemaking. At that time, I'll have Annie Balghiti be presenting on the rulemaking process, and then we'll both be available for discussion at that point. So, all right, let me then share my screen with you, which has my PowerPoint presentation with information on the update. And then I will be kind of looking at my screen and another monitor I have at different times so that you may not see me looking directly at the camera, just FYI. Can you see my presentation right now?
Yes, I see Houston County CWD infected herd investigation.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. Okay, if you recall, I've put this schematic up at previous board meetings, and this sort of outlines the basics of our investigation. As I talked about in the February board presentation, we had already identified the Houston County herd as infected with CWD. It had been depopulated, and we had the test results from those animals in the herd. And what we then found, what we knew at that time, is that the CWD infected animal had come from the Winona County herd. So that herd was quarantined. And since the animal had spent about a year of the CWD infected animal, we initially found had spent a year and a half of her life on this farm. We considered all the animals that lived there at the same time exposed, all the farm cervids in that herd exposed. And some of those animals had subsequently moved out of the herd. And so we had updates regarding the tracing investigation, and we had closed the investigations of the Morrison, Stearns, and Clearwater County herds because we had all those animals put down and tested, and there was no CWD detected there. But if you recall, according to the CWD program standards, there is an option. There's two options for herds with CWD exposed animals. And one is that they can put those animals down and test them and determine their CWD status, or they can remain quarantined for 5 years after the point at which the animals were no longer exposed to the infected animal. So the Beltrami County herd owner did not make a decision until February that he did indeed want to go ahead with indemnifying, getting these animals appraised and putting them down. And so, the animals were put down in March, samples collected and tested. And we did indeed find one of these 11 CWD exposed animals to be positive for CWD. So what did we find in the Beltrami County herd? There were 11 CWD exposed animals in the herd. We were only able to test 10 of those animals, and they were sampled in March 2021 and tested. And one of those animals had died previously, and the carcass was deteriorated with no tissues able to be tested. One of the 10 animals then tested was positive for CWD, and that infection was confirmed April 2nd. And this animal was actually a doe that was a cohort of the animal first found infected in the Houston County herd. This was a doe from the Winona County herd, born in 2018, and then lived for a year and a half in the Winona County herd, and then moved to the Beltrami County herd in the fall of 2019. These two animals, the doe found first in the Houston County herd, and then the doe found in the Beltrami County herd, had lived together in the Winona County herd in the same pen for the period of time that they were in the Winona County herd, and then moved to separate areas of the state, Houston County and Beltrami County, where they were found infected with CWD in one herd about a year later when the animal died, and the Beltrami herd about 6 months later when the animal died. And so we know that then this one animal was infected, and then 9 out of the 10 animals, exposed animals tested, had no CWD detected. So just one animal in that group that was tested. So what do we know now about this Beltrami County herd? This producer registered this herd relatively recently in 2018, although he has a history of being involved in cervids in the past. We don't have any previous records of this herd owners having a registered herd prior to registering the herd in 2018. There's currently 54 animals alive in the herd. 5 additional animals that died over the winter were just recently sampled, and those samples are at the lab in the USDA lab in Iowa, and they're pending test results. We know that no animals have been moved out of this herd. Because the herd owner had started the herd relatively recently, was building up animals in his herd for a potential commercial operation, but hadn't started that yet. So no animals have been moved out of this herd. And the owner now is requesting federal indemnity for the herd. The appraisal has been completed. The indemnity request was submitted to USDA on Monday of this week, and we anticipate hearing back from USDA shortly about this. But we felt that there is urgency in getting this herd put down. We know the Minnesota law requires the herd to be depopulated one way or the other. So we did start planning for depopulation concurrent with the indemnity request. In other words, we're not going to wait to hear back from USDA before we start planning this, so we can get ahead of, so we can get started on the planning and get the herds down as soon as possible. Are there any questions on the Beltrami County herd before I go further along here? Okay, well, I go back to this schematic now. And so now we see that there's, 2 CWD positive herds in this investigation, both getting animals from a Winona County herd. And so it points, our focus is now on this Winona County herd as, looking at this as the potential source for CWD positive animals that got found in Houston and Beltrami County. So let me go to that outline next. So the focus is now on that Winona County herd as a source of CWD infected animals in the outbreak. However, we have not detected CWD in that herd since the herd was quarantined back in October. And 32 animals have been tested in that herd since the fall of 2020 with no CWD detection in the herd. However, only one of those 32 animals that were tested were from these same pens as the CWD positive animals. So we don't have more animals from that same area. And if you recall from the Crow Wing County CWD infected herd, we initially found 2 CWD infected animals there, did live animal testing on the rest of the animals in the pen with them and found no positives, and went over 15, 18 months before we then found more infected animals in the herd. So we know that CWD can be pretty elusive and can be difficult to detect. And we know this herd, after harvesting the animals in his herd that were tested, he has 89 CWD exposed animals remaining in his herd. What are the risk factors we have found associated with any potential CWD exposure to this herd? Well, the only risk factor we've identified to this point is CWD in wild deer outside the fence. We've looked at all the live cervid imports to this herd in the last 5 years, and he's had them. Animals have come into the herd and spent variable amounts of time, but all those animals have since been harvested or killed and been tested for CWD with no CWD detected in those animals. The producer doesn't hunt in other parts of the country where CWD is endemic, for any potential that he would bring something back during, from those hunts that could be contaminated with CWD prions. He doesn't practice taxidermy currently, and previously when he did, it was only on the animals that were in his own herd. There's been no escapes from the herd, no wild animals getting into the herd. The breeding herd has been double fenced since 2015. So even prior to detecting CWD in Fillmore County in the fall of 2016, when the DNR first found it, on a larger scale, then his herd's been double fenced since that time, meaning he's got 2 8-foot fences at least 4 feet apart around his herd. And then this herd was placed in a CWD endemic area since March 2019 because of the CWD infection in wild cervids, wild deer around his herd. But his double fencing has always been there even before the wild deer were found. And so I'd like to just briefly go back over some of those terms so that we kind of all understand them. What does a board CWD endemic area mean? Well, in our rules, the board has the authority to establish an area when CWD is found, is confirmed in wild deer. And so we don't manage the wild deer. We don't make any statements about the infection in wild deer. We establish this area for the sole purpose of putting additional movement restrictions on the farm cervids. And why is that? We know CWD is a contagious, transmissible disease, and there's potential that CWD could be transferred from the wild deer outside the fence to deer inside the fence. That's why this rule was made. However, we've allowed an exemption to this movement restriction. And animals, and if you construct exclusionary fencing, and you prevent commingling. The rule allows us, if the herd owner prevents commingling of farmed and wild deer, they can be exempt from the movement restrictions that this rule provides for. And so we consider exclusionary fencing to prevent commingling. What's exclusionary fencing? Let's just talk about that quickly. The term we use for fencing that prevents physical contact between wild deer and farm deer across a fence. So preventing commingling, we considered we needed to prevent that physical contact between, or potential for it, between farmed and wild deer. So we use the term exclusionary fencing, and there's many options, and I've outlined them on the PowerPoint slide here. And this Winona County herd has one of the best methods of exclusionary fencing, which is 2 double fences at least 4 feet apart, right? So anyway, that's what we're talking about today, is that because this herd owner, even though he was in an endemic area, a board established endemic area, meaning there's known CWD infection outside of his fence, he could still move animals to other locations in Minnesota because he had his herd double fenced, he was preventing commingling. So these movements in 2019, even though there was wild cervids infected with CWD outside of his fence, were still legal movements. He could move the animals to the Houston County herd as well as the Beltrami County herd legally, and he did so. But what are our concerns about this investigation finding then? Our current investigation demonstrates the movement, I believe, demonstrates the movement of CWD infection from one herd to another, with movement of animals that were apparently healthy, but undetected and infected with CWD. And as you remember, this also occurred in the early 2020 outbreak with the Pine County and Douglas County CWD outbreak. We first found the infection in Douglas County, where an animal had lived there only a short period of time, about 9 months, and had been moved at that time from the Pine County herd. And so we, the investigation findings led us to determine that that animal had been infected before it left the Pine County herd and went to Douglas County. We believe the same thing has happened with the Winona County herd for both animals that went to Houston and especially Beltrami County. The only risk factor we can find for CWD exposure to the Winona County herd is CWD in wild cervids outside the fence. This producer has prevented commingling, or that physical contact, that nose-to-nose contact of farm cervids and wild cervids since 2015 with his double fence. Yet we still believe CWD got inside his fence to expose the animals that he moved out of his herd. And so although we don't know how that happened, we don't know, there are many other possibilities of how that infection got inside. We believe exclusionary fencing is not sufficient to prevent CWD infection from getting into a farm cervid herd when you have wild farm cervids with CWD outside the fence. And so we want to discuss rulemaking and our next steps with this, because CWD is such a high consequence disease. Once an animal gets infected with CWD, we believe it never clears the disease. There's no evidence right now that it can clear the infection. It is eventually fatal. And when it starts shedding prions, these prions can go into the environment where they can be present for long periods of time and serve as a source of infection for other farm cervids and other cervids in general. And so there's a lot of consequences to moving CWD infection around the state of Minnesota. As we saw with this movement to the Beltrami County herd, where, a very northwestern part of the state where CWD has not been previously known to occur, and where we have, concerns if anything should happen and this would get outside the fence. So with these concerns, we want to take some measures to eliminate this option for this exemption for herds to move animals out of the CWD endemic area. We don't believe exclusionary fencing, as we thought previously, is protective enough to protect a farm cervid herd from becoming infected with CWD when there's CWD outside the fence in the wild cervids. We believe we need to take this action to remove this exemption as quickly as possible, and our normal rulemaking process will not get us there. And so we're going to be talking today about a good cause exempt rulemaking and the reasons we want to take this process. And Annie Balghiti will walk through that with us next, while we put the normal rulemaking on a little bit of a hiatus to accomplish this good cause exempt rulemaking. So anyway, I thought before we go to that, is there any other questions anyone has regarding the findings from the Winona County herd, or the evidence we're seeing from this investigation?
Anybody have any questions? Okay, I guess we're seeing none, Dr. Glaser.
Okay, Annie, maybe I'll stop sharing my PowerPoint, I guess, and then you may have a presentation.
Sure, sounds good. Let me just get that up.
Dean, I got a question for her real quick. This is Gary Olson. That herd in Winona County, you said had 89 animals, correct?
Did you get that, Dr. Glaser? 89 animals.
Gary, the herd has more animals in the herd, but it currently has 89 CWD exposed animals, meaning that's the count we have of the animals that are in the herd that were there when the CWD infected animal was living in that herd from 2018 to the fall of 2019.
And he's currently testing animals dying, right? Correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And how many animals has he tested in the last 6 months?
I gave that information on the slides. It was 32 animals since September of 2020.
Okay, I missed that. So how do we assume that the CWD from Beltram came from him if that animal was 18 months old before it was found positive in Beltram? When I heard Dr. Larsen say that they could find CWD as little as 2 and 3 months from exposure, is that true?
Well, that's not the testing that we have available to us, Gary. We only have CWD testing in the farm survey program with immunohistochemistry of obex and lymph node with tissues collected from carcasses from farm cervids.
Okay, but I mean, but 18 months is quite a jump from. We're assuming that this came from Winona, is what we're assuming, and
right.
even though at the level of
Right.
of testing that Winona has done, you know, it's not like he's tested 1 or 2 animals. I think he told me he's tested 45 in the last 6 months.
Right, but
that's a huge amount of testing.
I will tell you in the last 7 months, since September 2020, he's tested 32 animals that are from his herd. I don't know where he gets the number 45. We have recorded test results from 32 animals he's tested from his herd. The evidence is that the cohort of animals, he moved animals from the same cohort within the same timeline to 2 separate herds where CWD was then detected within 6 months of each other. The concerning finding is certainly with the Beltrami County herd, because there is no, where that herd is 85 miles from the nearest CWD infected herd, and there's not any documentation of CWD in the wild to cause, as evidence of the potential transmission there. And this animal was from the Winona County herd. So that is the evidence we're currently using to focus on the Winona County herd. You're right, it is confounding that there is no detection yet in the Winona County herd, but we believe that it's still a plausible enough scenario that we need to be concerned about transmission out of a herd with exclusionary fencing.
What is of this Beltrami herd? We talk, we listen to Peter talk about feed sources, and you guys talk about feed sources. I mean, are you looking at his hay? Where does he get in his hay? There's a lot of other things involved here besides just the movement of animals, because apparently this Winona County herd, I mean, if he's double fenced since 15, not had any cases with the amount of testing, where's it coming from? Is it being brought in his grain, his feed, or is the Beltrami under the same scenario? I don't know. What are we doing here?
Correct. Those are the types of things that we need to understand. The risk for the Winona County herd is much greater, with 24 animals harvested and tested by the DNR found infected with CWD within 15 miles of his herd, in the last several years. That's strong evidence that CWD outside his fence, certainly we know the producer grows crops on his land outside his fence, right? That same situation does not occur in the Beltrami County herd.
Where does the Beltrami herd grow his feed source coming from then?
We'll be looking at that information with our investigation.
Okay, I mean, shouldn't we be concluding that investigation before we kind of point the fingers at somebody like Winona County? And you're talking about changing rules over something we don't know yet. You follow me?
Right. We do have the evidence that 2 animals that left that herd and went to other herds, both the Houston County and Beltrami County herd, subsequently were found infected with CWD.
But the Houston County herd also had CWD in the wild around them also, right?
Correct.
So they were at risk from the wild also. So we keep pointing the finger at Winona County, especially the Houston County herd. I mean, if that animal's been there a year plus or whatever, with CW in the wild is he also, did that animal get infected from the feed source instead of the animal bringing it in? We don't know. Correct?
Dean, I don't know if you want to continue with this conversation right now, or if you want to move on to our rulemaking presentation, or.
Yeah, well, I guess, you know,
Well, part of
think,
what she's bringing on is the rulemaking. Part of this part of the rulemaking she's trying to propose here is part of what she's saying as evidence, which we don't have here right now.
Actually,
You follow me, Dean?
Yep. Go ahead,
Dean,
Beth.
this is Beth. The USDA epidemiologist Mary Donahue posted some information in the meeting chat that says that the Beltrami herd gets hay locally in Beltrami County.
Yep, and she was just up there, this past week and
Right.
started on that investigation.
Right.
Yep.
Certainly,
Okay.
we don't have all the answers we'd like to have, Gary. We'd like to have more answers about this, but the strong evidence points toward the Winona County herd as the source of infection. And we believe it's prudent enough that we need to act because of the high consequence nature of this disease, and that we can't allow apparently healthy farm servants that could be infected with CWD to move to other locations in the state and start new areas of infection.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to move on to Ms. Balghiti's portion here.
Okay, thank you. Can you see me and hear me?
Yep, I see you and hear you.
Great, okay. And is my PowerPoint effectively being displayed there on the screen for everybody? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So for those of you who don't know me, I am Annie Balghiti. I am the board's rules coordinator. As Dr. Glaser said, we have two rulemakings to discuss today at the board meeting. The first one is our normal farm survey rulemaking that we have been partaking in since May of last year, 2020, and then also this good cause exemption rulemaking. I know everybody's champing at the bit to get to this good cause exemption rulemaking, but I believe that will be a longer discussion. So I'm going to give an update right now on our normal farm survey rulemaking. That will be brief, and then we'll move into the good cause exemption rulemaking. This good cause exemption rulemaking will be our focus for the next 3-ish weeks. And during that time, we're going to pause our normal farm survey rulemaking. So as I said, I'm going to start with this update on our normal farm survey rulemaking and the current stage of where we are at. Back to this diagram here that the board members will be familiar with from our last board meeting. This diagram outlines the major steps under the Administrative Procedure Act that an agency must follow when conducting a rule change. The Board of Animal Health follows the Administrative Procedure Act for all of its rulemaking, for both our normal rulemaking and the good cause exempt rulemaking that we are proposing embarking on today. This red arrow here indicates where we are at presently in our normal rulemaking. We are developing our rules draft, and our statement of need and reasonableness. Where we want to get is this square box 2 steps ahead, which is the notice of intent to adopt rules, which at that time we would publish the rules draft that we want to adopt, and along with a notice of intent in the state register. That's where we want to get next. That will also open a second comment period. So as I said, this normal rulemaking is paused during our good cause exemption rulemaking. During that time, we have been working, or during the time prior to now, and prior to this good cause exemption rulemaking, we have been working on an updated draft of the rules. Once our good cause exemption rulemaking is completed, we will circulate and publish that draft on our website. Our plan at that point then is to schedule and hold special meetings with the board members so that we can discuss our rulemaking. Special meetings are also subject to the open meeting law. They are public meetings, but it will allow us, these meetings will allow us to discuss our rulemaking and move forward more quickly than we'd be able to if we Could only discuss our rulemaking at our regular quarterly board meetings. Once we schedule special meetings, we would give notice. We would do that at least 3 days before each meeting. We would put notice on our board's website, the date and time, just like we do with our regular board meetings. And then we would also send out electronic notices to notify people that we're going to be having these meetings. And again, at these meetings, we'll review and discuss our proposed rules draft, take questions and feedback from board members, and ultimately ask the board members to approve the rules draft and allow us to publish our notice of intent to adopt, which again is that next formal step in the rulemaking process that we want to get to and would begin the second formal comment period. So that's our update on our normal Farm Survey rulemaking. Moving now into our proposed good cause exemption rulemaking, which, as I said, is also conducted under the Minnesota Administrative Procedure Act and will be our focus for the next 3-ish weeks or so. So here is the statute, which is the good cause exemption statute. It's Minnesota Statute 14.388. In plain language, a good cause exempt rulemaking is a type of rulemaking that an agency can use if the agency believes a rule needs to be amended faster than it can be amended through the normal rulemaking process. And our rulemaking process, the normal rulemaking process we're undergoing, will likely not be completed until the end of the year, the end of 2021 at the earliest. A good cause exempt rule can be amended instead within 14 days if we as an agency can successfully demonstrate to an administrative law judge that the normal rulemaking requirements for our proposed amended rule are contrary to the public interest and that the proposed rule amendment is necessary to address a serious and immediate threat to public health, safety, or welfare. This is our proposed good cause exempt rule amendment. And I can put this up again at the end of this presentation. We will also have it posted on our website. So, an overview, 3 major bullet points for a good cause exempt rulemaking. Good cause exempt rulemaking documents are filed by an agency with the Office of Administrative Hearings. There is a formal public comment period, and the rulemaking record, the board's rulemaking record, is reviewed by an administrative law judge who makes the ultimate decision on this rulemaking. The board steps for a good cause rulemaking then, getting down sort of more into the minutia of how it happens. Today, we will ask the board members to review and vote on a resolution for us, board staff, the board of animal health in general, to proceed with this good cause exemption rulemaking. If the board members authorize us to do that, then our plan is to file our rulemaking documents with the Office of Administrative Hearings on Monday, April 26th. We need to work with our administrative law judge's schedule. So we're going to give our administrative law judge a heads up, or we have given our administrative law judge a heads up that that's what we want to do. And provided that that administrative law judge doesn't have any conflicts, that is our plan to file it on Monday, April 26th. We would, at that point in time, file all of our good cause exempt rulemaking documents, that proposed rule amendment that I just showed you, and supporting reasons with OAH. Those documents will be available on an e-comment site that gets set up with the Office of Administrative Hearings, just like we had for our regular rulemaking or our normal rulemaking. And we would also post those documents on the board's website. At that time, too, the board will give notice to the public. And the day that we file is the date that the formal comment period begins. The public comment period, because this is an accelerated type of rulemaking, is 5 working days. That means that if we do file on Monday, April 26th, that comment period is going to be open from Monday, April 26th until Monday, May 3rd at 4:30 p.m. And all the comments that are submitted on that e-comment site, any comments, let me back up a moment. We'll set up that e-comment site. The preferred way to receive comments is directly to that e-comment site because the administrative law judge will review those comments. We can, for people who are unable to access that e-comment site, we can take comments directly and those would immediately be forwarded to the administrative law judge as well. And then the judge has 14 days to approve or disapprove the proposed rule and our good cause exemption rulemaking. The judge will review all the comments And the judge will review all of our rulemaking documents and supporting reasons for why we want to conduct this type of rulemaking. There is a standard of review that the administrative law judge follows when reviewing an agency's good cause exempt rulemaking. This standard of review requires an agency adopt the rules in compliance with procedural requirements, that the rules comply with and do not exceed, conflict with, or grant the agency more discretion than allowed by law, that the rules are not unconstitutional or illegal, that the rules do not improperly delegate the agency's powers to another, and that they fit the statutory definition of a rule. And just for people's reference, that's Minnesota Rule 1400.2100. That gives the overview of the standard of review that our good cause exempt rulemaking documents will undergo. If our good cause exempt rules are approved by the administrative law judge, then the next steps would be that the board would file an order adopting the rules with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and we would publish those adopted rules in the state register. And then good cause exemption rules are effective for 2 years from the date that they are published in the state register. 3 important points to keep in mind before we turn things over to the board members for questions and to ultimately ask them to review and approve the resolution to allow us to go forward, is that the board members are only being asked to authorize the board to go forward with this good cause exempt rulemaking. It is rulemaking staff's job to present the supporting reasons for the good cause exemption rulemaking to the administrative law judge. We are finalizing those documents, and we are also working with the Attorney General's office as we finalize those documents. So the board members are only authorizing us to go forward with this good cause exempt rulemaking. The administrative law judge is the one who makes the decision regarding the proposed amended rule and our supporting reasons and reviews the rulemaking record. And then thirdly, that all public comments submitted during those 5 working days, that 5-day, 7-day really, the way based on when we publish it, comment period preferably should be submitted through the e-comment site, but then they are reviewed by the administrative law judge. So there is an opportunity for public comment in this proceeding. And on that note, the board members have any questions for either Dr. Glaser or I, we are happy to take them. Once those are concluded, we would ask the board members to review this resolution and vote on approving the board going forward with a good cause exemption rulemaking.
Okay, does anybody have questions for Dr. Glaser, Ms. Balghiti?
Dean, could they put that back up, that first page that she had, what they're really proposing under the new statute change?
You're asking to see what the proposed amended rule would look like?
Right.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep, okay.
Those on the telephone, it's *6 to unmute.
Thank you, Michael.
Bear with me as I work with technology, please.
You said the purpose for this rule change was to address public health, safety, and welfare, correct? That's exemption
correct.
you're working around?
Subdivision 1. That's correct.
Okay, well, is there something, so have we found out that CWD affects humans then? Is it something changed that I haven't heard of, or what? I guess I don't understand how is CWD affecting the public health, safety, and welfare of people if CWD doesn't affect humans?
Stephan, I can let Dr. Glaser jump in at this point as well. We're going to be outlining all of our supporting reasons in our proposed documents to the administrative law judge. We are still completing the drafting now. So you will be able to see what our supporting reasons, justifications, and arguments are for why we are using subdivision 1 of this good cause exempt statute to proceed with our proposed rulemaking.
But Gary, public welfare is not, translate only related to health and the, you know, and infectivity of people with chronic wasting disease, right? So, you know, the things that we will be citing are related to, you know, moving this infection to another part of the state where we incurred, the DNR incurs additional funds for surveillance testing to monitor around that area for any CWD infection in the wild. We also look at this area being close to tribal, to reservation lands and on ceded land, tribal territory, and, you know, the increased risk that it poses to the wild deer herd in this area if CWD would escape this fence and impact the resources of the tribes in that area. And then also that the, you know, the risk is to, you know, the board is there to protect the health of the domestic animals of the state. And if we believe that exclusionary fencing cannot mitigate the risk to producers in areas where CWD infection is the wild, we have the potential to move this infection to other locations of the state if this continues to occur. And with CWD being the high consequence disease it is, you know, that's not something that we're willing to risk.
So what do you suggest? The herds, us herds that are in the endemic zone, then what do we can't move animals, is what you're telling us, to anywhere?
You would not move to, you would not be able to move, with the rules we have, we only have jurisdiction over to the state of Minnesota. So no herds would be able to move to other locations in Minnesota at this time. You know, the information Peter discussed today certainly allows for the potential for additional ways to measure CWD infection in animals. And if we had, you know, technology that would demonstrate we have animals that are free from disease, the board can, you know, looks toward having options in the future. But right now we don't have those options. And so you're correct, they will not be able to move to other locations in Minnesota. We do not have any jurisdiction for the animals in an endemic area moving to other states within the country.
So are we still pushing for exclusionary fencing in these endemic zones on these farms, even though they can't move animals? So I don't see the point here. I guess I don't understand what's going on.
There's always an option for producers to build exclusionary fencing. Right now, the only.
But you're not recognizing it. You're not recognizing it. What's it get them?
With the change in this rule, with this change in the, if we were able to amend this rule in this fashion, we would not recognize that and provide an exemption to allow movement to other locations in Minnesota.
Well, you're hitting us on a rule here that you're going to propose in 5 days or whatever, 10 days, and this caught us totally blindsided. This isn't really fair to an industry. What you're doing here, you're basically putting a lot of us out of business overnight. I don't understand why this wasn't discussed with the associations, either the deer or the elk people, before this was even brought forth. This is kind of a bad way to bring rule about, on a rule that you're pushing is something that's going to happen in 5 days. I don't get it. I don't get it. We're not even looking at science here anymore.
Not even. This is Brenda Hartkopf. I would agree with Gary Olson. This is the first we've heard of it. There were no materials posted online of any of this that was going to be discussed. And this is just hitting us right between the eyes. The board has told these people that have double fenced that if they do that, they're going to be able to move their animals intrastates. And now all of a sudden, they put all this investment in there and they're pulling it away on a knee-jerk reaction that nobody has had even time to talk about with anybody. And all of a sudden, we're pushing this through with no notice to the associations or anybody. I just can't believe that it's trying to be run through this way when we haven't had a chance to sit down and talk about it. I'm on the committee that advises on the rule making, and we certainly were never informed that this was even being discussed. So I guess I'm really blindsided here, and I'm a little bit frustrated.
Somebody else has a hand up here. I don't see who it is. Dr. Thompson, did you have your hand up?
I do have my hand up, and in response to Mr. Olson, Ms. Hardkoff, just so everybody is aware, the board is a state agency, and the opportunity for individuals, groups, livestock groups, whether it's the cervid farmers or others, is on level with all of the other individuals and groups that will be deciding to respond or not respond during this expedited rulemaking process, which would start, as Ms. Balghiti explained, next Monday. So everybody has the same opportunity. There's also some front time here until next Monday, if the board does approve this resolution, to think through, Mr. Olson, to your point, whether there's science out there that can be presented to the judge, consideration of management practices, all of that information that can be presented to that judge. We're giving everybody, not just the folks involved with cervid farming, but as Dr. Glaser mentioned, all of the folks that are involved when CWD is moved into the state, into a new area. So that was the thinking, that, again, we are a state agency. We do serve all citizens of the state of Minnesota, and that is why we're presenting this today.
Could this, a further discussion about this, and in hearing Dr. Larsen's presentation, could we add into this type of resolution, if we had a little more time to talk about it, something to the effect that if a herd wanted to enter into research with the University of Minnesota, and if the state, since this is regarding intra-state movement, maybe we'd have the ability to do this, that the state of Minnesota could look at these herds on an individual basis based on some, testing with the RT Quick technology in the university, and then have a greater sense of confidence that they can continue to move.
Currently, that technology is really not available to us. We know that Peter Larsen is proposing a pilot project, but we don't have the ability to make regulatory decisions on this additional testing because it is not yet available for that purpose, right? So, it looks like we're much closer. I'm hoping cervid producers will be interested in allowing some of this additional testing to occur, but currently we're not at the point where we can make regulatory decisions with the high consequence level of moving this disease around the state with potentially infected animals that look outwardly healthy.
Erica
One
Sawatsky.
I can appreciate that.
Erica Sawatsky has the floor. Erica?
Yes, thank you, Dean. Sorry to interrupt the question, but I guess two questions that I have for Dr. Glaser. How in an endemic area that the board would create, how can you remind me how long that is in existence? And then my second question is, if this good cause rule goes through, and the judge passes that, for any deer farms that are currently in an endemic area, does that apply to them? Like, it becomes effective for deer farms that are currently in an endemic area?
Okay, I'll answer the second question first. Right, it would currently apply to any farm cervid herds that are, currently in CWD endemic areas. And right now we have 13 farm cervid herds that have the status of an exclusionary fence and have this exemption being allowed to move animals to other locations in Minnesota. That's 13 herds. There are more herds within our endemic areas, but they don't have exclusionary fencing. And so they are under the movement restrictions already of not being allowed to move farm cervids to other locations in Minnesota. The CWD endemic areas are discuss establishing an endemic area when CWD is confirmed in a case of wild cervids, right? And that endemic area really has to be maintained until you can have 36 consecutive months to prevent commingling of farmed and wild cervids. So the way the rule is interpreted, we end up establishing an area every time we find CWD infection in wild cervids. And yet, if there was an area in the state where you found infection in wild cervids once, and then, you know, for 36 months after that, you looked and you did testing and you didn't find anything, then potentially, if we agree that there is no maintained CWD infection in the wild, that endemic area could go away. If we continue to see CWD infection in the wild, or you know, it becomes known that it's established in that population, that endemic area will be maintained indefinitely.
Okay, this is Gary again. I mean, are we setting a precedence here as agriculture we don't want to go to? I mean, you're talking about addressing public health, safety, and welfare. Well, if you're talking about CWD, well, now Peter's even saying that we could find it in corn and hay, and they're worried about hay movements. With this, by putting this statute in place, you're setting precedents to stop grain movements out of these zones, hay movements out of these zones, basically any livestock out of these zones. I think you're going to a place where we don't want to go. We haven't even shown that CWD is a public health risk at this point. Nobody's ever caught it in 60 years in studies done in Colorado. I think you're stretching a rule here to a point where you guys are going to end up in a lawsuit. I'm telling you, this isn't gonna fly. On any part, all of agriculture should be up in the air on something like this. And I'm even talking about the corn and soybean people and hay industry. This is someplace you're setting a precedence now that you can go back on this exemption clause here. I would say that, you know, anybody with any root crops, carrots, vegetables, whatever, I mean, you're going somewhere we don't want to go. And all of this is to go after the deer industry. This doesn't make sense to me at all as a farmer of 50 years of experience. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Erica, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up question. Dr. Glaser, when you are saying that for 36 months afterwards that there's testing, we're not doing that testing. It would be the DNR, correct? Because it's testing in the wild.
Right, it would be determining whether there's infection continuing in the wild cervids, correct?
Okay, thank you.
And just as a reminder to people, this rule was initially passed in 2013, and the CW establishing a CWD endemic area for the purposes of additional restriction of farm cervids, you know, did already recognize this risk of potential CWD transmission from the wild cervids into the farm cervid herd. And then the exemption was built into it, but the rule really restricts every herd until they can prove, you know, that they meet the exemption. And so, you know, we already understood this, there was this risk potential there with this rule that was created back in 2013.
Okay, I'll take in the order that they came. I saw Rich Meach hand was up just ahead of Peter's. So Rich.
Yeah, this is Rich Meach. Quick question. Will there be indemnity money available from the state, or who, if we were going to shut down these farms that have spent all the money to double fence, or these people that are affected, is there indemnity money? Are we buying those out, or is it considered a constitutional taking, not allowing them to move animals and do commerce? I think that's a huge issue that we're going to have to consider here.
Okay, thank you. Peter Larsen, Dr. Peter Larsen.
Just to clarify real quick, the comments made about hay. Back in 2018, Norway, this is public knowledge, banned the importation of hay and straw from CWD positive regions. And our MinPro lab group, we're currently investigating whether or not, plants can uptake the prions. By no means is it, there's still a lot to do on the scientific side to show that, but there are some decisions being made at the like at Norway's level on that matter, and so we're doing work to try to better understand that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, any other questions, comments? We're back, Rich Meach.
Yeah, my question wasn't answered. Are they talking about indemnity money, or are they you're just out of business? There's no answer to it.
There currently, Rich, there are 44 herds in the CWD endemic area. Only 13 of those have exclusionary fencing.
Correct.
So,
so with this exemption,
there's a choice of exclusionary fencing, and there's herds that continue to exist in the endemic area without exclusionary fencing. We would be removing this exemption, but it would be the producer's choice and how they operate going into the future.
So how can they operate into the future?
You would have to ask the other 28 herds in the CW endemic area how they continue to operate without exclusionary fencing.
Okay, I have a question then. Of those 28 herds that you're talking about, how many of those are commercial herds and how many of those are hobby herds?
I don't have that data right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we've got 13 farms that have spent money to come to your standards, and now you're saying that standard's not good enough, and now we're gonna force them people to be hobby farmers because they can't sell deer. So are they going to get a refund on their $500? Are they going to get it bought out? I mean, you just can't be heavy-handed through rulemaking and affect people like this.
They can continue to move animals if they choose to other states, right? They can't move. The only thing this exemption, removing this exemption then restricts is the original movement restrictions, which is to other locations of the state, meaning to areas that are not in a CWD endemic area in Minnesota.
So correct. Well, so as the DNR continues to find more CWD around the state in the wild, more farms are going to be affected. So basically, it's going to become a constitutional taking or regulatory taking. Either or is going to be a lawsuit involved somewhere at some point. There's going to have to be.
Will these farms will they be able to receive deer in these farms, or you say they can't move deer out, but can they receive animals?
There is no there's no restriction on receiving deer if they're in good status. If they're at the status as required by rule. And so we do allow permitting, and our amended rules going forward will be allowing movement within a CWD endemic area. I mean,
how does this not follow under an unfunded mandate where this is a regulatory taking? Basically, if you're telling me I can raise my animals, but I can't sell them to my neighbor, I mean, how is this not an unfunded mandate, which is against state policy?
Well, the rule that existed since 2013 will be the same rule. We just will not allow any exemptions anymore. So this rule has already been in place.
Well, Linda, you just had a farmer in north of Rochester spent $7,000 on exclusionary fencing that he could not move deer a month ago. And now he put $7,000 in the exclusionary fence, and so he could sell his animals and get out of the business to another farm. And now you're telling him in a year or 5-10 days, he's not going to be able to move animals again. That's what I'm hearing right now. He just spent $7,000 on this exclusionary fencing for nothing, is what it basically boiled down to. And why is his animals not healthy today, but now when the fence is up, they can move them tomorrow? This at some point you got to get some common sense into these rules and regulations, and you got to allow these people to work and move animals. I mean, I've been 2 generations working on genetic resistance in my herd. I've got animals now that are highly resistant, the animals. And now you're telling me that if somebody wants to breed resistance into their animals in Minnesota, they can't come and buy a breeder buck from me and try to breed out a resistance. I mean, and I applaud Peter for them and what they're doing up there looking for it, but still they're not fixing it. We, an association, are trying to fix this disease with the testing we're doing in Ames, Iowa, and also up in the 2 herds in Wisconsin that we're working with. And we know resistance is working, just like the sheep industry, and where you guys are totally ignoring what we're trying to do to move ahead. And you're actually stymieing the deer industry by not letting these people buy genetically resistant. That's how the sheep industry moved ahead, is everybody were buying double R rams when we were in the sheep. I mean, now you're telling them, no, we won't let you do that. I mean, this is, I mean, I don't think this is very well thought out. And it should have been brought up to, this is the real good reason why we had a Cervidae advisory committee that you abolished here a couple of years ago, which we talked these things through and we come up with consensus. And now this has all been heavy-handed, thrown at us, and this isn't right way to do business, for agriculture. I mean, your go to your mission statement is you're to protect the agriculture, and you're not doing that. You're destroying us right now.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Anybody else? Okay. So, Erica Sawatsky.
Thanks, Dean. Sorry, I just have one more quick question. With this rule change, and I guess even as it currently exists, we talk about not being able to move animals off of a farm or out of that endemic area. Does that include not being able to sell semen, for example? Is that allowed, or is it no animals, no I don't want to say products, but if that makes sense. I mean, like a deer farmer can't even sell their semen.
This rule would apply only to the movement of live animals.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
This is Brenda again. So if this would go through, is it still up for discussion in the regular rulemaking process, or is that a piece that we couldn't touch moving forward?
Is that probably a Annie Balghiti question?
Sure. So what we would do either way, whether the board approves us going through this good cause exempt rule amendment and the judge approves it and it goes into effect, or whether we don't get to go forward or the judge disapproves, we would amend the rules, and we would be taking comments on all the rules taking comments on all our rules in the rules draft. So that's a long way.
So that would be coming part of the rule draft.
Any comment to our rules, whether it's a change that we've made or not, would be open for comment.
Is this the same judge that will be advising on both of these?
Yep, the Office of Administrative Hearings did assign this particular rulemaking to the same judge that will be reviewing our normal Farm Survey rulemaking.
I just think there's a lot more thought that could be put into this before anything becomes formal. It's really a knee-jerk reaction. The Winona herd hasn't even popped a positive yet. I understand all the evidence, but I think it's pretty quick rush to judgment on making a decision of this magnitude.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Rich, did you have something?
I did. I mean, what is the intent here? What is the intent? Maybe Dr. Glaser or Annie or Beth Thompson. What is the intent when it comes to deer farming being a viable business in Minnesota?
I don't know that. I can tell you what the intent is for this rule, Rich. The intent is that the finding of CWD infection in the Beltrami County herd And the evidence we have today, which is epidemiological evidence that this infection likely moved out of a herd that has been double fenced for 5 years and still moved apparently healthy but undetected infected animals to a totally new location in Minnesota, is very concerning to the Board of Animal Health. And it goes to our direct mission, which is to protect the health of the domestic animals of the state. We are trying to protect the health of the other farm cervids in the state by preventing this movement, because the current technology does not allow us to detect CWD infected animals early enough in the disease to prevent movement of these animals to other locations in the state. And we want to get this rule in place as soon as we can so that no additional animals are moved out of the CWD endemic area, potentially seeding other parts of Minnesota. And that is our intent. It's for the concern of spreading CWD from the CWD endemic area, because exclusionary fencing is not sufficiently protective to prevent infection of a herd when there's wild deer around a fence.
So, okay, I understand that. So what we're saying is the epidemiology report that would, if it came back on a herd in Winona County, it says, you've already said it came from the wild because there's no proof where it came from. So we're letting the DNR's got their hand in this as well. You may not look like it from what you're saying, but they do. My question still goes back to, are you indemnifying these farms when you're shutting them down? Or they just got a feed bill from now on? What's going to happen to these farms?
I already answered those questions, Rich. Thank
What's
you.
that?
I did already answer that question.
Well, you did answer them, but you didn't say if you are buying those herds.
I did say that we're not buying the herds.
You're not buying those herds. So what we've done now is we've condemned them farms, and so there's definitely a taking because they followed your rule. See, the thing is, when we started this, deer farming businesses, all of us, it was legal in Minnesota to do so. So now you're telling it's not illegal, but there's no meaningful way to make a living from it anymore if you are caught in these endemic zones. Now, maybe this is a USDA issue, maybe it's a government issue, but there's somewhere someone's going to have to start stepping up and say, okay, this is what we recommend. We're going to put you out of business, but we're going to offer you have an appraisal done, and this is what your farm is worth. You're going to have to do that unless you just want people to have feed bills and have multiple lawsuits. How can you say yes? This is good. This is yes. Exclusionary fences 6 weeks ago, like Gary was just mentioning, that person, and I know the person too, and you know the person too, and you wouldn't sign off on it. You know, oh yeah. I mean, just as of yesterday. The inspector was told that make sure that fence has 5,000 volts going through it, and we'll check it 3 times a year on a provisionary basis to make sure it's up and now. And today you're saying, no, that's not even good. And he spent $7,000 putting that fence up. Are you giving him $7,000 out of your cooperative agreement money? See, there's questions here that there are no answers to. So we better have answers, or there's going to be huge consequences when it comes to further down the road, when it comes to lawsuits and takings. Are we all good for that? Or is that what we're looking for?
And all this revolves around 2 words. You said likely moved. You have no evidence that the animal moved from Winona. The timeline doesn't fit on this thing of the timeline of the disease. And yet when he tests 40-some animals in Winona County and doesn't find it, now you keep pointing the finger at him that he's a positive, that he's the carrier. Well, after he should have found it testing almost 1/3 of his herd in the last 6 months, this doesn't make sense to me. Is it all coincidence that this all happened down there? Explain this. You're putting these people out of business over a likely move. The likely. I mean, you don't have facts here to even back up what you're doing. This is not the way that we need to do business in Minnesota, without representation even.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yeah, I was just going to say this seems to be being done on an abundance of caution, and some of the science, which we like to pride ourselves in, is being delayed in the decision. I can see where we absolutely don't want to be moving positive animals around, and there's that fog in front of us that keeps us from knowing who's positive, where it's coming from, and how it's all happening. In the meantime, we were going on some assumptions that said, man, if we could just, if it's an endemic area where the wild animals definitely have it, we could just prevent that from getting into the farmed animals. And we think we know how that can happen. Double fencing is our best bet just to keep it away. But, there are ways that things get over those fences. And I'm not saying cervids get over those fences, but there's other ways. And now we have a scenario that appears that even what we're doing isn't working. And out of an abundance of caution, we want to prevent that. And this is a way to do that. I can see both sides of everything. If we don't do an abundance of caution, and then we find this getting into places where it doesn't exist right now, man, the finger goes to the farmed animals, and you can't do anything about that. But then, if we could wait for a little more science, maybe we could figure out what is the difference between needing a rule like this so quickly and allowing some more science to tell us what the needs are. This rule can be changed in the final draft if we get more information. We could be cautious at this time, and when more information comes in, it can change before the end of the final draft. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it right now, and it's hard on both sides. I guess that's just a comment and not a question.
I got one final comment here. Can you be in most of southeast Minnesota, pretty much everything west or east of I-35 is endemic area in the wild, correct? Now, will we be able to move animals from endemic farm area to an endemic farm area, or you're saying no movement in Minnesota whatsoever?
Currently, we are allowing by permit, so that means information ahead of time, animals to move within a CWD endemic area if their CWD status levels and that are all in line. In the proposed rule, in the proposed amendments to the rules, we propose to allow movement within an endemic area, farm served movement within an endemic area.
Okay, I think that's answers your question, Gary.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Erica Sawatsky.
One quick question. Dr. Glaser, you had mentioned earlier that deer farmers within an endemic area can move outside of the state, but I'd like to know, are other states allowing their cervid farmers to purchase deer and move them into the state that are in an endemic area?
So I'm not sure if I understood your question, but with most of the states that are their import requirements for other states, right? Typically, they are looking at a distance of a farm cervid herd to an infected finding, either another wild cervid and sometimes other farm cervids. So when our herds are looking to export animals out of the state, they look at the import requirements of that state as well as the interstate movements. And usually a CWD endemic area is not meaningful to other states. It's more based on the distance herds are to CWD infection, either wild cervids or farm cervids. And we end up verifying that information for other states. And then they permit those animals to move from Minnesota. I don't have, if you were asking about other states' programs for CWD infection in their herds, I'm not sure if that's what you were asking. Or CWD infection in the wild or anything in other states.
Well, I think you mostly answered it. I just, when we look at this rule, there is some commerce that's affected for these farmers. And so I guess what I'm getting at is, do they still have the ability to sell animals to other states? And so I think that you answered that. And
yes, they do.
Okay.
Our rules can only impact what we do inside the state of Minnesota. The U.S. Department of Agriculture impacts, movement between states, and other states make rules and requirements for bringing the animals into their state. And so their rules are typically based on distances of a farm cervid herd to areas where there's infection, either in the wild or other farm cervid herds. And so that's primarily what our Minnesota cervid herds have to meet that requirement to move to other states.
I've got a comment on this, Todd Miller.
Todd
Erica,
Miller,
just to
go ahead.
clarify that a little bit, maybe easier for you to understand. Most states nowadays, and this is where the DNR has figured it out, once they find one in your county, most other states will not. It's not even a mile thing anymore. It's county. Once they find it in your county, they will not accept your deer. So most farmers in Minnesota have lost most states to even sell to begin with. There's a few out there that still will, but very few. But that's how they're eliminated. By drawing this, what used to be in 2013, like Linda said, a 10-mile radius, but then they decided to make it a 15-mile radius. And now that 15-mile radius, every time they seem to find one, seems to suck 4 to 5 farms into it. Well, now those farms can't really move those animals out of state anymore to those states. They can to, I think, 2, maybe 3 other states. That's it. Sorry, my comment.
Thank you for the clarification.
I got one comment,
Who's
Dean.
this,
This
Gary?
is Gary. I was probably the very first farm shut down because of Fillmore County. Okay. And I double fenced like 9 years ago. I closed my herd up 8 years ago. Every animal on our farm has been born here several generations. Now you're telling me, and I don't have a woods within 2 miles. I'm sitting out in the middle of a cornfield. And now you're telling me with testing 25, 30 animals a year out of my herd for CWD, now you're telling me that I'm not good enough to sell animals to our preserve up in northern Minnesota. I mean, CWD has not been started in southeast Minnesota by deer farms. It's come across the river, and we pretty much, everything east of I-35 is now pretty much positive just by natural movement of the wild deer. And it's just be a matter of 5 or 6 years, the whole state of Minnesota is going to have a county, or 2/3 of Minnesota will be CWD positive. Basically, what you're saying to everybody is that we can't buy deer from these preserves in Minnesota, won't be able to buy deer from deer in Minnesota, but they could buy from out of state, is what I see going on. And this is just stupid for the economics of this. We want to keep our deer in Minnesota. I want to sell to Minnesota preserves to keep the value added in Minnesota, to keep generating the economy. But now you're telling me, no, I just got to move out of state and let the money be generated in Wisconsin, say. This does not make sense. You're setting precedents here, like I said. If you can do it for deer, you can do it for hay, you can do it for corn. So I think this is a place we don't want to go as agriculture. You're opening a can of worms here that I just highly recommend not doing this to the board. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Where are we at here now?
Dean, I have another.
Yes. Is this identify yourself?
Todd Miller.
Todd Miller. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify the number that I know that the Winona County farm, yes, has had 32 deer tested off his farm in the last 5-6 months or whatever it is. But there's been other deer on other farms that have been taken out by USDA. They were bought, killed, tested. So the number is more up into the 46 range, counting the last 9 that we're taking. But I didn't want to go here, but this whole testing thing, I don't have faith in it. When you test an animal that's been, well, let me put it this way. There were 6 animals out of those 9 that the Board of Animal Health was really concerned about. 5 of those animals came back negative. 1 came back positive, but I have talked to that farmer and asked him specifically about that deer, and he told me the deer that came back positive was dead for over a month. Now, I sent samples in not too long ago, and I take pictures of all my samples. 4 of the 5 samples came back location, meaning they couldn't read the brainstem. Well, I got pictures. They're fine. I even told my inspector, I got questions on one of these. They might not be able to read it, but you know what? They're going to get the lymph node, and they did. But 5 locations off of good samples. And now this deer has been laying there for supposedly a month, and they sampled it, and they got a reading. A lot of things don't jive here when it's coming towards the deer farm. The agenda of this whole thing is to get rid of deer farms. There's nothing to do about CWD here. Sorry, that's my, I'm done.
Okay. Okay, any comments?
Please.
So your comment about the tissue was on a deer that was dead, but wasn't there other deer that were harvested? What was
Yes,
there?
sir.
Like 11 deer?
Yes, out of the 10, there was 8 live animals and 2 dead animals that were tested. And supposedly one of the other ones was so bad they couldn't test it. So, but we can get samples off of bad tissues, but we can't, as we send in good tissues, they can't read them. There's just like I said, I'm sorry. I'm done. Thank you.
Dr. Torrison raised his hand. Jerry?
Yeah, thanks. Certainly, if that involves any testing that we're doing here at the VDL, I'd like to hear about the details of those specifically so I can follow up and understand what you're talking about. So I would encourage anybody who has any situations like that to contact me directly so I can follow up and understand what we're dealing with.
Yes, sir. None of these samples that have been involved with any of the CWD is they go straight to Ames. They don't go to the university. But we've had some issues with the university, and we don't mind sitting down with you sometime and talking to you.
Thanks. That would be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Guidance here. Looks like we're looking to vote on this resolution.
Yes, Dean, Beth here. That would be the next step. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So what we have in front of us was sent this morning that has the changes in the existing rule. And if we could just have that read, maybe Ms. Balghiti, if you could read that.
Sure, and just to clarify, what would you like me to read? The proposed rule or the proposed resolution?
The proposed rule.
Sure. So it's Minnesota Rule 1721.0420, chronic wasting disease, in parentheses CWD, subpart 3. The proposed rule would change the title of this subpart from determining boundaries of CWD endemic areas in the state 2, designating boundaries of CWD endemic areas in the state. The following language is struck through, which is the first sentence of the current rule. If the board determines that CWD is endemic in the state, all locations within 10 miles of a confirmed case of CWD in wild cervidae in the state must be designated as part of the endemic area. The proposed new language after that is, if CWD is confirmed in wild cervidae, the board must designate a CWD endemic area in the state if, in the board's judgment, the area is necessary to prevent the spread of CWD to farm cervidae. The board must designate the boundary of the CWD endemic area by including all locations within 15 miles of a confirmed case of CWD in wild cervidae. The next part is original or existing rule language, which is the board shall designate larger geographic areas of the state as part of a CWD endemic area, if necessary, to prevent the spread of CWD. And then the remaining portion of the current rule is struck, and it's the following language. Individual farm cervidae herds where animals are kept on premises within a designated CWD endemic area shall be excluded from and not considered to be part of a CWD endemic area if one of the following conditions is met. A, the herd has been maintained in such a way that commingling of farm cervidae and wild cervidae has been prevented for a continuous period of time that began no later than 180 days following the initial designation of the area as CWD endemic. Or B, the herd has been maintained in such a way that commingling of farm cervidae and wild cervidae has been prevented for at least 36 months.
Okay. All right. We've heard the proposed amendment or proposed change. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
Can I have a clarification? This is Peggy.
Yes.
Do we make a motion on this, or do we make a motion on the actual rule, asking for a rulemaking, authorizing the resolution?
That's correct. The board members will be voting on the resolution for the board to go forward with this proposed rulemaking, and then the judge would be the one who would be reviewing and approving the actual rule language. So, Dean, I don't know if you would like me to read the resolution or if you would like to read the resolution for the board members.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and read that, Annie?
I can do that. Just give me a moment here to open that document. Okay. So that document is titled Certificate of the Board of Animal Health, authorizing resolution to proceed with exempt rulemaking under Minnesota Statute 14.388. It's an amendment to rules governing farm cervidae, Minnesota Rules Chapter 1721.0420. Begins with I, Dean Compart, certify that I am a member and the president of the Board of Animal Health, parenthetical board, a board authorized under the laws of the state of Minnesota, that the following is a true, complete, and correct copy of a resolution that the board adopted at a properly convened meeting on April 21st, 2021, that all board members were present, and that a majority of those present unanimously voted for the resolution, which has not been rescinded or modified. The board resolved the following. Number one, chronic wasting disease, CWD, is a disease that affects both farmed and wild cervidae. CWD has become a serious health risk to both farmed and wild cervidae in Minnesota. Number three, the board notes that under Minnesota Statute 35.155, the Minnesota legislature has determined that CWD positive farm cervidae herds in Minnesota should be removed from the landscape and such herds depopulated once the federal appraisal process is complete. Number four, when a case of CWD is confirmed in wild cervidae, the board designates all locations within 15 miles of the confirmed case as a CWD endemic area. The board applies additional movement restrictions to farm cervids in this area due to the risk of exposure to CWD from wild deer outside the fence. This regulation was promulgated to address the risk of moving apparently healthy but undetected CWD-infected farm cervids to other locations in Minnesota, jeopardizing the health of farm cervids throughout the state. Under the current Minnesota Rule 1720.0420, Subpart 3, individual farm cervidae herds that are located within a designated CWD endemic area are excluded from and not considered to be part of the CWD endemic area if, under the rule, commingling of farm cervidae and wild cervidae has been prevented. Number 6, the board has previously approved exclusionary fencing as a method to prevent commingling of farm cervidae and wild cervidae. Number 7, epidemiologic investigation in response to the recent detection of CWD in a farm cervidae herd in Beltrami County demonstrates that a CWD infected animal had been moved into the herd from a Winona County herd located in a designated CWD endemic area. The Winona County herd had been considered to be not part of the endemic area based on approval of exclusionary fencing intended to prevent commingling of farmed and wild cervidae. The Winona County herd had been double fenced since 2015, and no other risk factors for CWD were determined to be the most likely cause of infection. Number 8, the board recognizes that under the current Minnesota Rule 1720.0420 Subpart 3, farm cervidae in CWD endemic areas of the state may be exposed to CWD even when commingling has been prevented in accordance with the current rule. The board believes exclusionary fencing is not effective in preventing the introduction of CWD infection to a farm located in a designated CWD endemic area when CWD infection occurs in wild deer outside the fence. Number 9, the board recognizes that under the current Minnesota Rule 1720.0420 Subpart 3, farm cervidae in CWD endemic areas of the state could be exposed to CWD even when commingling has been prevented in accordance with the current rule. Under the current rule, these farm cervidae may then move and carry the disease outside of the CWD endemic area to other parts of the state. Number 10, the board finds that CWD presents a serious and immediate threat to public health, safety, or welfare. The current rule is inadequate to protect farm cervidae from CWD, and amending this rule through the normal rulemaking process will take too long and is contrary to public interest. The board therefore authorizes and directs the executive director of the Board of Animal Health to proceed with exempt rulemaking under Minnesota Statute Section 14.388 and to approve and sign all necessary documents in order to immediately amend Minnesota Rule 1721.0420 as reasonable and necessary to prevent the threat of CWD to farmed and wild cervidae.
Okay, so that is basically what we're voting on. Any discussion with the board members? Any discussion with board members? Okay. I guess I would call for a motion then to put it on the table.
This is Jim.
Okay, Jim.
I'd like to make a motion, but I'm still not exactly sure of the wording. All the what you just read, I guess, is the resolution, and we would put that under the good cause rulemaking is how we would proceed with it. So I would make a motion to accept the proposal as Annie just read.
Okay, there's been a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, was that Matt Anderson?
Yeah.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to proceed on voting on the amendment and that Annie just read. All those in favor, we're going to do a roll call vote. And we'll start out with Dr. Hawkins.
Under an abundance of caution, I will say yay.
Okay.
Yes.
Jim Votts.
Hey, yes.
Erica Sawatsky. Erica Swatsky.
Sorry, Dean, having a really hard time with this decision. I am going to vote no.
Okay. Matt Anderson, Dr. Matt Anderson.
I'll vote yay with the same like Dr. Hawkins. It's a tough call at the moment here. So yay.
What is the moment?
Okay, and then myself. I'll vote yay. Okay, so it is a 4-1 vote. It looks like is that just looking back on, I assume then that will pass on the majority, or does it have to be unanimous?
It's a majority resolution.
Okay. Okay, so then that would pass. Okay. All right. Anything else as far as the farm cervid rulemaking? As I mentioned earlier, that we'll be getting back to the rest of the farm cervid rulemaking that they've been working on, but that's been suspended until the what we just passed gets dealt with. And that's, I guess, all I have, unless anybody else has anything to add. Dr. Hawkins, I guess.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there is that opportunity to make your comments. And I know some folks out there are really upset, but please make your comments to the judge and get your words out there. And maybe we'll get some more science between now and then too. Thanks.
Yep, and I'll just add to that for everybody on the call to understand what happens now going forward. The board would proceed with its good cause exempt rulemaking. Our plan is to file our documents with the Office of Administrative Hearings on Monday, April 26th, at which point an e-comment site will be established and set up for people to make comments. It's going to be a 7-day comment period. So it'll be from Monday, April 26th to Monday, May 3rd. Ideally, please submit your comments on that e-comment site. If you cannot, submit your comments to the Board of Animal Health and we'll forward them on to the administrative law judge. The administrative law judge reviews that record and reviews our rulemaking record under the standards of review that I had showed you previously, and has 14 days to approve or disapprove the rule. All of the documents that we file with OAH will be available on our website, and they will also be available on the e-comment site.
Annie, this is Michael. I'd also like to add to that we will issue a press release on Monday to make this announcement public of the rulemaking process.
Thank you. That's a vital piece. We will let everybody know, give everybody notice that we have filed, so that everybody knows that that comment period has begun.
Annie, point of clarification on that website where folks put their comments in. So if I were to put a comment in and you wanted to put a comment in, are you able to see what I've put into that comment site so there can be a discussion along points?
Yes, thanks for asking that question. That is true. Yes, all comments are public. They're visible to everybody on there, as well as a person's affiliation or identity when making that comment. But yes, all public comments are available for everybody to see and respond to.
And just as another comment here, I mean, we heard a good presentation today from the University of Minnesota. I'm sure that Dr. Larsen, if he's still available here, might be available to run ideas by when it comes to his research and availability of other research across the country. for everybody to maybe utilize some of that for comments also. So maybe a chance to cooperate and collaborate. Thank you.
Okay, is that any other comments or any other housekeeping on this particular item? Okay, moving along, I'd like to take about a 5-minute recess here, and we will come back at 1:40. Okay, it is 1:40, and we will resume our meeting. And we're going to be talking about, or have Dr. Dale Lauer addressing the group on the H6N1 low pathogenic avian influenza update. So welcome, Dr. Lauer.
Good afternoon, Dean, Chair, board members. We'll be shifting gears here a little bit and talking about a different topic and giving you an update on our influenza situation. Okay, let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Super. So I'd like to give the board members and the board an update on our H6N1 situation that we've got ongoing. I believe this is about my third update between myself and Dr. Voss, providing updates to you on kind of the happenings. And I would have to say that this has been a very fluid situation, lots of things going on. This is a summary slide to just point out to you the number of flocks that have been involved since we started tracking these flocks back in October of 2020. And my focus today is going to be primarily on the H6N1 virus that we have identified previously in board meetings. I've also included some of the H3 and the H1 swine lineage flocks that we have identified, but the focus today is on the H6N1. As you can see, as of last night, we had 47 flocks that we identified on 31 premises in 5 different counties. If you do the math, you can see that some of these flocks are on repeat premises. So one of the problems and one of our ongoing issues that we've been having is premises that have been depopulated through marketing, and subsequently cleaned and disinfected, repopulated, and then the next flock has come up positive. And so I'll talk a little bit about that at the end of my presentation. But just so you know that we've identified it in 5 counties. Again, the majority of those have been in Candio, High, Meeker, and Stearns. They have all been breeder or commercial turkey operations. And we have had flocks from some of the premises. I wouldn't have to say several, but some of the premises that have been marketed, they have been repopulated, and the turkeys that have been repopulated have remained negative. However, this continues to be an issue as we try to eliminate this virus from our flocks. Here's a summary of what we're seeing in each county. In Candio, High County, we've got 13 flocks. And this, as I mentioned, when we do, the majority of these flocks have been identified, as I've mentioned in previous board meetings, using our drinker swab surveillance program that has been developed at the University of Minnesota. And this program was developed shortly after the 2015 high pathogenic avian influenza event that we had in the state. And certainly has been an industry-driven initiative to identify flocks early. The good thing about that is that it does give us a head start on where these flocks are, and those results are immediately reported to the board so that we can take action and take the official samples that are needed for us to move ahead with any type of a response. But you will see that on some of these flocks where we've got it just as simply an H6N1, those would be based on the PCR testing or the virus isolation typing that we get at the National Veterinary Services Lab. that's all the typing that we have to date on those. But some of these flocks, we will do some additional serologic testing because of our pre-market testing program. All of our flocks are tested before they go to market. And so occasionally we do find evidence of some swine influenza. Here we've got in Candy-Ojai County at H1. In Murray County, we had evidence of an H3. And you can see over here in Stearns County, sometimes we'll have a combination of those. So, but I guess the bottom line is that our flocks have primarily been identified in the core counties, as you can see, Candy-Ojai, Meeker, and Stearns. And then we've got a couple in Murray and Swift that we've identified. And as of this morning, we've had another 4 additional flocks that we have identified. So certainly this situation continues to be an issue for Minnesota turkey. So as I've mentioned before in some of our previous meetings, we have used interactive mapping program to help the veterinarians and live production staff along with board staff to locate these farms and identify them as far as their disease status. And the map that I'm showing you here is a kind of the southern half of Minnesota. And kind of what I wanted to do here, and I'll drill down on some of these different geographic areas. But again, the majority is here in the central Minnesota, where we've identified the majority of flocks. We've identified 1 flock in Murray County, which is approximately 100-mile distance in between here. And then some of our most recent have been in Swift County, which is directly west of the main area where we've identified flocks. And I'll go into each one of these different areas a little bit differently. So just to orientate yourself a little bit here, Wilmer, where the Minnesota Poultry Testing Laboratory is down here in the lower left. Belgrade, right on Highway 55, is up here where this core of, or this group of premises are located. Litchfield is over here, the Twin Cities is over this way. And this is I-94, St. Cloud is up in this area. So the dots in the different colors represent the different types of commercial poultry that are located in these geographic areas. Of course, the thing that kind of sticks out at you, or right away, is all of these, what I would say are purple dots, and those are our broiler premises or broiler breeder operations that are up associated with the broiler company that is located out of St. Cloud processing plant in Cold Spring. All of the other premises here that we've identified, the blue sites are ones that have currently been identified as positive and still have birds on the ground. Some of these, I would say, orange, if you will, for lack of a better, orange-brown colors, are sites that we have identified positive flocks on, and those flocks have now been marketed. So some of these sites have been are negative and should have negative birds unless we have retested them again. Sometimes it's pretty difficult to keep this up to date because the data we pull from Core 1 is not necessarily updated every night. And so that's something that we're working on because we have to put together results from the laboratory as well as get results from some of our industry veterinarians as far as whether the flocks have been marketed or not. We're not necessarily getting all of that information right away. But I think what I would just, I don't have to see all of the premises, but I think what's important here to see is that we've really got a line of farms from the Belgrade area down to this Litchfield area, kind of in a line here, that are densely populated with poultry premises, turkey premises. And we've got the real potential for disease transmission, and I think that has kind of played into how this virus has been moving around in these 3 different counties. The circles around them to kind of highlight are the 3-kilometer and 10-kilometer buffer areas that we would use in case we really needed to use this for a high path event. or even a H5, H7 low path event. Our single turkey premise that we have identified down here in Murray County, and again, Murray County, Worthington's right here. We've got Brookings over here, South Dakota border, and the Iowa border down here. And the thing that's unique about this particular site and this commercial turkey grower is that, number one, it's completely, as I mentioned before, 100 miles away from where we had previously identified flocks. This producer is processing or send flocks to a processing plant in Iowa. So the turkeys are going down Highway 59 to the processing plant down here. And as we talked to the producer about potential issues as far as timing, when did he think he thought that the flock would have been identified, we realized that approximately a month before we received notification of positive blood samples from this particular flock, he did have some disease issues and did have some samples sent to a diagnostic lab where they identified, I believe it was cellulitis and an E. coli problem in the flock. However, we kind of missed an opportunity there because I believe they were not tested for avian influenza. So we would have gotten that early warning. That probably would have helped us out a little bit quicker. But nonetheless, it is what it is. But on this particular flock, we only have positive serology, and we're kind of iffy on the virus identification. But we'll have to see what NVSL can do as far as identification of the virus and whether it's similar to the ones up north. And finally, we've got another premise that we identified last week. And again, Benson is right here. This is Highway 12. Wilmer is down in this area. And this is really, again, a different geographic area in which we've identified the virus. And all of these have been a similar H6N1 low pathogenic virus, North American lineage. Again, some of the pre-market, some of the drinker swab sampling that has been used to identify this flock again. But you'll also notice that we've got a number of these pink triangles that you'll see here are other poultry premises located in this geographic area that, of course, are of concern to us as far as disease transmission. So I reported to the board that we have been holding monthly emergency disease management committee meetings. Our last one was last Wednesday on April 14th. And we were very lucky or very fortunate to have the National Veterinary Services Lab report to us on their findings of characterizing the virus. And some of the information that we were able to glean out of that was that, number one, in the opinion of the NVSL and the information that they can do with virus sequencing, that kind of stuff, is that this is a single introduction of an H6N1 influenza A low pathogenic North American strain virus, wild bird lineage. And so this introduction that was identified back in October continues to move around. It's the opinion of the NVSL, and I would have to say that based on what we're seeing with the different results from NVSL as well as typing in our lab and what we're hearing from the veterinarians is that this is a ongoing farm-to-farm spread. Unfortunately, with influenza viruses, as these viruses continue to circulate in poultry flocks with more birds, the virus continues to evolve. And I think that's a big concern for the board. It's a big concern for the industry veterinarians and the companies involved, because what that means is that it takes a lower dose to infect the poultry flocks. It's got an easier lateral spread. It has become more adaptive to turkeys in particular, However, because we have not had any chicken flocks, whether the broilers or egg layer flocks introduced or positive, we really don't know what the outcome would be if introduced. We really don't want to find out either, okay? But we really don't know, what would happen if it's introduced into one of our larger commercial chicken operations. We have had some evidence of virus dying out on some of the premises. So in other words, our hope is that, when we get it onto some of these sites, that it would eventually die out. We kind of end this thing and shut it down. But unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case as time marches on here, especially with the results that we've received in the past week. So as I've reported to the board before, we have continued to help with collecting the initial samples to rule out any H5 or H7 low path influenza. That's really our ultimate goal early on in the early stages, is to make sure that we don't have a different type of virus that is moving its way in. We're helping the industry test and track these positive flocks. We continue to send out the disease alerts, helping with the mapping as I just showed you. We have been working with poultry veterinarians in weekly meetings to brainstorm, relay information, update all the different poultry veterinarians, because unfortunately even though one major company is involved with this, we do have some other producers and other companies that are located in these geographic areas that we want to make sure have the right information. And then we are also helping with some of the epidemiological investigations as best we can. This really, because it is not an H5 or H7, really needs to be an industry-driven response. And so as the industry is working to contain this and working to eliminate this, some of the things that have come up in our discussions have been more of a drill down on biosecurity. I think they've got some issues, or we've got some issues with labor. I think with labor being a little bit tight all over the place, and with COVID helping to complicate things, that has certainly been an issue or something that has been brought up during our discussion. So, making sure there's enough help, making sure that people are compliant and doing what they say they're going to do, as well as help to contain the virus or biocontainment on each site. The companies have really done a pretty good job as far as increased surveillance, and I think that's pretty well in hand. However, I think more of a effort needs to be made on some of this pre-movement testing, where we move birds from brood to grow, or even the movement of pullets into some of our large chicken layer complexes, of which we have a couple of those in the state. And because the nature of their business, if they would ever have an influenza introduced, could be certainly a big problem. We've helped with company communications through the EDMC and some of our other meetings, and we've actually been notified that Dr. Martin Smeltzer, who is a retired USDA avian epidemiologist, will be coming up to Minnesota first month of May to help do some epi work and do some on-site evaluation of some of the premises in an effort to maybe provide some stopgaps and provide some information to the live production staff, as well as the company veterinarians, to plug some of the gaps with their biosecurity and just some of the other things that he is seeing. And with that, Chair Compart, I have completed my presentation, unless there's some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lauer. Sarah Anderson had her hand up earlier. And, I know I'm getting a bad. Sarah, do you have a question?
I do. On the diagnostic lab that AI, is it? Do you communicate then with them, Dale, on trying to get them to do that, given what's happening in Minnesota, or how does that work?
Dale, this is Michael. Yeah, I apologize. I muted you because we were getting feedback when they were trying to ask questions on your end.
Okay, Sarah, could you try it again? Sorry, I missed the question.
Sorry about that. On the diagnostic lab that hadn't tested for the AI, do you guys communicate then with that at that lab that didn't do that, given what's happening in Minnesota right now, or how does that work?
As far as the diagnostic lab with Murray County situation,
correct. Yeah.
Really, that communication could probably be helped out a little bit better, but that's really the responsibility of the producer and the company veterinarian to provide that information to us. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, I do not believe, even though it is this time of the year, that any diagnostic case, in my opinion, should have an avian influenza test. I don't think we had one done at that time. And so that was really quite unfortunate. But we do not regularly communicate with other laboratories that do other diagnostic testing. However, if any of those laboratories would have any positive influenza results, and they know it's a Minnesota flock, they would report those results to the board, and we would get that information definitely.
Dale, how many weeks or how much time out ahead of marketing do you begin to monitor through your environmental samples? I would assume that's how you're probably doing it initially, right?
Are you talking the drinker swab testing, the environmental
Right.
samples?
Right, yep.
So number one, the drinker swab program is an industry-driven program. That is kind of your unofficial program. So it's industry-driven. The board is not funding that testing. And the industry has a schedule in which they are testing flocks weekly this time of the year. So they have a set schedule where every week they are testing flocks in a certain geographic area. Number one, so that it's tested weekly. Number two, so that they don't overload the laboratory with a whole bunch of samples in one day. So they but they have a set schedule set up. And I believe that program has actually, I think it's been going all winter because of the introduction back in October. It's really been nonstop every week. But I would have to say that, to the CWD discussion earlier at the board meeting, and these programs and these research programs that get developed, this drinker swab program has really been in the works since 2015. So I mean, it takes a while to develop the program, to develop the understanding of test results, to understand the information that gets relayed to the Board of Animal Health, and then the action that we take. I mean, so there's a lot of different steps, and it just does not happen overnight. This is not an overnight deal.
Yep.
And so, but those relationships have to be, cultured over time and worked out with the university researchers and stuff. But in addition to that drinker swab testing, Dean, that you're talking about, we also test every flock 3 weeks before or within a 3-week window of them going to the plant. And so we've actually picked up some flocks on that as well. And so we've been able to do some additional testing associated with that. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Dale? So I assume the warm, dry weather is going to be your friend? You hope?
So Dean, I think warm, dry weather will be our friend, yes. I think that a better oversight to some of their biosecurity measures, especially on weekends, is going to help. And I think that one of the measures that's going to really cost, but is probably necessary, will be some controlled either depopulation and or repopulation of these sites. Because obviously if you empty out a geographic area and the virus has no place to go, you're going to stop it. However, that impacts live production. And so those are going to be some really hard decisions to make, but I think we're at a point now where some of those have to be made. So
Okay.
that's my
Eric, I think you had your hand up first.
Thanks, Dean. Dale, probably should have asked you this last week, but I didn't think about it until now. You had mentioned that epi investigations were being done. And so my question in regards to the epi investigations is in locations where there are two separate company of farms. So for example, I'm going to say a breeder farm and a commercial farm that are not, I mean, totally independent of each other. Are you looking into, or have you found what's the connection? Because being in the industry, I mean, I would kind of guess that they don't share labor, but I don't know that for sure with kind of the nature of our world. But with being a breeder farm and having higher biosecurity, compared to kind of your normal commercial farm, have you found anything in those epi investigations?
Erica, I would have to say that we have not really analyzed the data completely. We're as we're putting the information together and we're having Mary Donahue with the USDA help us out, we've had to do a significant amount of data scrubbing, if you will, just to make sure that we've got everything in the correct format to take a good look at the information and a good look at the data. So at this time, I really don't have some good information for you, but I will say that, as you well know, with the breeder operation, you do not have birds coming and going like you do at the end of a 12 or 14 or 18-week cycle with commercials. You've got breeder birds on the premise for 40 weeks. So basically your egg truck is your traffic in addition to, anything else you've got going on. But we really have not been able to dig into the data. My real hope, Erica, is that when Dr. Smeltzer gets on board here the first week of May, we'll be able to do a better, deeper dive on some of that information.
Okay.
And I see Dr. Thompson has her hand up.
I've got my hand up, but I can't get to the unmute button. Just very quickly, Dr. Lauer, I meant to check in with you earlier about this. Any other states seeing H6 or any of these other viruses that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of, Dr. Thompson. However, this is following a very scary pattern of what we saw in 2015, cool weather, kind of sporadic introductions, or at least spread of virus throughout the countryside. So it's kind of it's disheartening to me to continue to get these positive reports every week, but we will continue to plug away and we'll certainly provide you an update at the next board meeting.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Lauer? Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
You bet.
Moving on, looks like COVID-19 Minnesota Department of Health update. Dr. Joni Scheftel, welcome.
Hi, everybody. I have another very upbeat topic to bring to you today. Can I share my screen, please? Yep, okay. Let me know when you can see it.
You're up.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, since we spoke last about, I looked at the slides from last time, so I'm trying to cover a different material this time. We've learned a lot more about this disease, but we haven't learned everything. Bad surprises keep happening. And the latest that we've learned about COVID-19 is that it can actually be the cause of new onset diabetes, not just that diabetes makes you more likely to have severe illness. It can cause long-term tinnitus or ringing in the ears, And we've heard now for a while about people with chronic symptoms that even if they've had mild disease when they were clinically affected, this disease affects many tissues and body systems. It's certainly not just in the lungs. In Minnesota, this is our huge surge that we had back in November, where we were getting close to 9,000 cases a day. And for a little while here, we were really concerned that the trajectory of these recent cases looked a lot like this, just hoping that our vaccination efforts will dampen the surge that we're now experiencing, and that it may be the last few days it's kind of plateaued. You can't look at this because this data isn't fully in yet from these days, but we can hope that we're going to stop going up here. The thing that's very concerning is that we're starting to sequence more and more of the isolates and finding that almost everything we're looking at now, even more than 60% now, are the B117 variant. That this is like Prince, the artist formerly known as Prince. The B117 variant, first identified in the UK, is how we say that now, because we're trying to get away from blaming regions for things. In Minnesota, and this variant is far more contagious and also affects younger people. We're seeing clinical illness in children, much more contagious in the classroom. Before, if one kid came to school sick and the class was quarantined, very few of the quarantine kids will come down with COVID. But now it's much more common for many of the kids to come down with COVID, and we have hospitalizations now in younger children. This is looking at the effect of the pandemic on the state, on each county in the state from the beginning of the pandemic to now, or actually to a couple of days ago. And you can see that this, when you look at the number of cases per 100,000 population in a county, that it's really a disease that has affected our rural areas more than the metro per person. And all of these counties that are the most affected are rural counties in Minnesota. This is the activity in the last month. And we're starting to see a little more activity around the metro with the variant here in Carver County, where I live. There's the variant is all we're seeing, and our cases have skyrocketed. So we have hotspots around the state that are where the transmission is happening at a greater pace than in other parts of the state. Again, this disease is, we first thought of it as a disease of older people or the elderly even. I mean, certainly you're more likely to die if you're over 70 and more likely to be hospitalized if you're over 60, but you're more likely to get this disease if you are between the ages of, we used to say 20 and 60, but now with it transmitting in high schools, our 15 to 19-year-olds are catching up to the working age people. Luckily, this is our way out. Everybody over the age of 16 is now eligible to get their shot. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time on vaccination, which for some of you will make me unpopular. And others, you've already had your shots. And so, but it is so important to public health that I'm going to push on. Our vaccine data isn't as up to date often as some of our other data, but we have over 2 million people in the state that have had one dose of vaccine out of 5.8 million population. Luckily for the people most likely to die, 85% have been vaccinated now with at least one dose. And of all the people eligible to get a dose, 52% of people have been vaccinated. And when you look at the numbers in the age groups of vaccines, the numbers now, they don't take into account the denominator, like how many people between the ages of 19 and 50 that there are. There are more people between the ages of 19 and 50 who have been vaccinated with their first dose than between 50 and 64 now. The younger people are really enthusiastic about getting vaccinated, which is good because actually, not to point fingers, but it's young people that are spreading this disease in social situations, particularly in our bars. If you still haven't been vaccinated, get on this vaccine connector. It's finally, there's finally enough vaccine around, and many people have been vaccinated. So you will get a text or an email saying that you have a shot somewhere near you. Employers, including farms, can sign up on this employer toolkit, and that includes a place where you can sign up for presentations, where someone in my group will just talk straight to employees of a particular business and answer all their questions, talk about vaccines, and then the county can work on getting an on-site vaccination clinic going for any business in their county. And now we have mobile vaccine clinics that can back up the county public health folks if they're overburdened and can't get to, your facility. So this is what a lot of employers are finding, is that final bit of hesitancy. A lot of people can be convinced with food and a vaccine clinic on site. One company had a barbecue and a vaccine clinic on somebody's farm, and that was really effective. And I think that personally, donuts and coffee while you wait your 15 minutes would get me in the door. I'm not going to go through all this stuff, but you will have access to these slides if you'd like more information. I put the slides together so you could keep the vaccines separated and have a source. I can never keep it straight. So Pfizer's the 16 years and up, Moderna the 18. They're both 2 doses. And for both of them, the side effects are about the same. 10% have a fever and don't feel good for 1 to 3 days after dose 1. And 25% have a fever and don't feel good for 1 to 3 days after dose 2. So most people have mild side effects and will not miss work. The J&J, the one-shot one, as you know, is paused. It's 18 and up. I want to talk a little bit about the pause. There have been 6.8 million doses administered in the U.S., and of those, nearly 7 million doses, we've had 6 women with a rare severe blood clot between the ages of 18 and 48. So that's less than 1 in a million, but it's a very serious, and there was 1 death. We haven't had any of these complications here in Minnesota. We've had 184,000 people vaccinated with J&J. But if you have been vaccinated it's an immune system reaction. So it doesn't happen right away after you're vaccinated. It's within 3 weeks. If you have headache, shortness of breath, and pain, you need to go into the ER. They're meeting this week to figure out what to do with this vaccine. This is a similar reaction to the AstraZeneca vaccine. It's a different vaccine type than the Moderna and the Pfizer. It's a adenovirus vector vaccine, and the situation is interesting because adenoviruses themselves can cause this weird blood clot thing very, very, very rarely, and these are cold viruses. Now, this vaccine the virus cannot replicate in you, but it apparently, very, very rarely, can cause an immune system reaction similar to a regular infection. I don't want to go into this, but I want you to have the information. These messenger RNA vaccines that are Pfizer and Moderna, they are actually little pieces of messenger RNA in the vaccine. That's why they're so fragile, because messenger RNA is fragile. They're coated with this little coating, and then they're put in your arm, and they get brought into our immune cells, and then from there, a piece of the spike protein is produced that your immune system responds to, and that's how they work. A lot of people are concerned about how this happened so fast. All the steps were followed. It's just that they weren't followed one after the other, which is the usual. They were done concurrently, and that's why it costs so much to make this vaccine. But they passed all of the safety tests. It's just that it happened faster. What I'd like to make really clear is that none of the vaccines are worse than the disease. COVID-19 is an extremely serious disease in some people, and which is super frustrating. Well, it's good that most people know people who have either had no symptoms or were so mildly affected that it was, you know, like their allergies or like a mild cold. But you cannot predict who's going to be the one in the hospital or who dies. We have deaths in every age group in people with no previous conditions, you know, chronic conditions. So none of these vaccines are worse than the disease. They've all been tested and approved. None of the vaccines get into your DNA or change your messenger RNA. None of them have preservatives. None of the vaccines can give you COVID-19. It's only that little piece of spike protein that you make. The coronavirus is not attenuated or squished up virus or anything. It cannot give you COVID-19. None of them affect fertility or affect pregnancy. We do know that the virus affects pregnancy, and there have been some negative outcomes from actual infections. And they're all equally effective at preventing hospitalization and death, even though the Johnson & Johnson is slightly less effective at preventing symptoms if you're exposed, but it's also the only one that's been tested against the variants found in the UK, Brazil, and Africa. We no longer say South Africa because it's being found all over Africa. So what vaccine should you get? The one that you can get your hands on. We aren't to the stage yet where we have a choice. So when you get a vaccine, or if your employees get a vaccine, you're going to have to know how to distinguish between vaccine side effects and something that could be COVID, because you could have been exposed to COVID and then be incubating it when you got your shot and then come down with COVID, and you have to be able to tell the difference. So people with pain at the injection site are, you know, otherwise good to go, just like any shot. If there's fever, fatigue, and headache, and it resolves within 3 days, you don't have to go in. As soon as you feel better, you can go back to work. But if it lasts more than 3 days, or if you have symptoms that are less likely to be vaccine related and could be COVID, these are loss of taste or smell, cough, shortness of breath, nasal congestion, or sore throat. That's when you have to stay home and get tested for COVID before you return to work. The advantages of vaccination, besides dying of COVID, is that the big one is that you don't have to quarantine if you're exposed to someone who has tested positive for COVID-19. And that includes your own kids. Right now, as a parent, many of you know that if your kid comes down with COVID, you have to stay home for their 10 days of isolation plus your quarantine period, which can get to be really, really long. But if you are vaccinated, you don't need to quarantine, even if the exposure is in your own home. And so if the exposure is anywhere, at home, work, anywhere, as long as it's been 14 days since your second shot, and you don't have any symptoms. Traveling is simpler. You don't have to get tested. And you don't have to quarantine when you get back, except if your destination or the airlines or something requires it. These are just some fine points, but if you have tested positive for COVID-19 within the past 90 days and then you're exposed, you don't need to quarantine as long as you don't have symptoms. If you've tested positive within 90 days, you should not be tested again for any reason, really, for 90 days. It's just confusing because people are only contagious or infectious for 10 days, but you can test positive for weeks because the little chopped up pieces of virus that you're shedding. So it's better, it's way less confusing for everyone if you don't get tested for 90 days after a positive test. And if there's surveillance testing going on in a workplace, like for example, at the Line 3 Enbridge, which I'm involved with up north, the pipeline, the nice political pipeline, they are testing workers, every 2 weeks. And those workers don't need to be tested if they're vaccinated. So there's a big advantages. But unfortunately, it does not change workplace COVID protocols. And this is what I'm getting all kinds of calls and emails about. You know, it's like every one of my workplace, especially vet clinics, every one of my workplace has now been vaccinated and it's been 2 weeks. Do we have to wear masks if we're just working together? Well, the rules are you do because it's multiple households getting together. Now, this will eventually, when these numbers come down of our cases, all these COVID protocols will be revisited. But the good news is if you're wearing a mask and a face shield and your normal work doesn't require eye protection, you were just doing it for COVID, then once you're vaccinated, you just have to wear a mask. You can drop the face shield. Everyone's confused because when CDC came out with the social situation guidance, people got it confused with all guidance, with workplaces and everywhere. So like if you are a green dot, you're vaccinated, you can mix with other green dots in a household, private social situation, no nothing. You don't have to mask or nothing. But if you're a green dot with someone who's low risk and in a social situation with not too many households, you can get together. But any of these other situations, you're still asked to mask, stay distanced, and don't go into small spaces with lots of people. Because the hollow dots are susceptible people. And as soon as you get a bunch of households together, you have to keep masking just for a while till we get this under better control. All in until we win. I like this one. And now I'm ready for questions. I really did run through that quickly. And
Okay, anybody have questions for Dr. Scheftel? You hear about like Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca. There must be a number of other vaccines that have been developed in other countries. I've heard that, Russia has one and China supposedly has one. But like in Brazil and places like that where they've had high levels of infection recently, do they have access to vaccine readily available to them, or is that the reason that they don't, and that's why they're spiking and fairly high right now?
a couple of reasons. One is the Brazilian variant. The vaccines are not as effective against that one as they are against like the B117 variant we have here in Minnesota. The vaccines all work perfectly against, luckily. But in some countries, the vaccines, they have strains that the vaccines aren't as effective against, and Brazil is one of those. But other countries, honestly, even European countries, don't have the access to vaccine that we do. And they're way behind us in getting their populations vaccinated. There are a couple countries that are ahead of us. One is Israel. But, we're really blessed to have the access we have. Now, in rural areas, I don't want to sound like I'm warning people, but the demand for vaccine is dropping to the point where some counties are turning away shipments of vaccine because there's rules like you have to use it all within 72 hours or you are publicly shamed. And we're trying to get this policy changed, but it could flip pretty soon that it might get a little bit harder to get vaccinated in our rural areas just because, there's so much pushback against it that they're not using up the vaccine. So if you haven't been vaccinated, go get vaccinated.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions here for Dr. Scheftel? Hopefully we're starting to look at the downside of this.
I hope so. Thank you, everyone.
One last opportunity. Anybody have a question for Dr. Scheftel? Great. Thank you for what you do.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right. Looks like that gets us down here pretty close to the bottom of our agenda. Next item I have is appointment for board leadership. We have in the April meeting every year, we have vote on board members or on the leadership, and then later on we're going to be going into closed session where we'll be discussing the appointment of the director, which again, that'll be in a closed session. But so I guess at this point in time, I would be open to nominations for chair. Dr. Hawkins, first of all, I miss you. You go ahead.
Well, I think the leader of this group is in a very, very important, needs to be a very important person, and just being part of this group for a short time, I'd like to say that I would like to nominate Dean Compart to be president of the Board of Animal Health in Minnesota.
Okay. So is there a second to that?
I'll second that. This is Erica Swatsky.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, again, we'll do this roll call. Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Jim Votz.
Aye.
Okay, Erica Sawatsky.
Yes.
Dr. Matt Anderson.
Aye.
And then I will abstain. I thank you for the vote of confidence. I've enjoyed serving in this capacity, and it's been very interesting work. So appreciate that. At this time, I would like to open up nominations for vice chair. So I'd entertain any nomination for vice chair.
Dean, this is Erica Swatsky. I would like to nominate Matt Anderson as vice chair for the board.
Okay, Matt has been nominated. Is there a second?
I'll stick with the women running this thing, and I'll second.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I don't know what that meant.
Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Hearing none, we will proceed to vote. Again, Dr. Hawkins.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Jim Votz.
Yes.
Erica Sawatsky.
Yes.
And then Matt, I suppose you'll probably abstain, and I will vote yay. So, so congratulations, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I guess with that, I believe we will adjourn, and then we will take up the director's position in a closed session. So probably what we'll do is we will wait just a few minutes and just get it down to those that are to be in the closed session, and then we will start up again. So is that right, Michael? How do you want to handle that?
Yep, you're correct, Dean. I'm
Okay.
not positive on whether or not you adjourn pre or post closed session, though. That might be an Annie or a Dr. Thompson question.
You do not adjourn pre-closed session.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will, I guess with that, we will basically come back at, let's come back at about 2:35, about 2 minutes.
Dean, this is Michael.
Yes, Michael.
I just got a call from Annie. We are still recording, so could you please read that statement about going into closed session for the recording?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have a statement that I forgot to read. The meeting is now being closed per Minnesota statute 13D.05 subdivision 3A to evaluate the performance of Dr. Beth Thompson, the board's executive director. This election year, there is no qualified successor to Dr. Thompson for the position of executive director, and the board members will be evaluating her performance as we consider re-electing her to this position. So